Excellencies, Special Rapporteur, distinguished colleagues, representatives of the civil society, ladies and gentlemen. I hereby open the meeting of the European Regional Forum on Minority Issues. It is my honor to welcome you all to what we all hope will be a productive, interesting 2 days. I would like to remind all participants that simultaneous interpretation is available in English, French, Romani, and Russian. The interpretation function can be found at the bottom of the Zoom screen. Select the language that you would like to hear and speak in. If when speaking you want to switch between languages, you must remember to also switch the channel to the same language. All statements and interventions can be made in any of these languages. Interpretation is also available in International Sign Language. This is the third European Regional Forum on Minority Issues convened since the establishment of the annual Forum on Minority Issues by the Human Rights Council in Geneva. I would like to thank in particular the UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, Dr. Fernand de Varenne, for organizing the regional forum. It is my pleasure to first give the floor to Ambassador Helmut Tichy, legal advisor of the Federal Ministry for European and International Affairs of Austria, who gives his statement by video.
Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, Special Rapporteur. In Europe, we are painfully aware of our difficult history, a history of violence and conflict involving prejudice and hatred towards minorities. World War II and the Holocaust caused untold horrors and suffering. The recent visit of Foreign Minister Schallenberg to the memorial site and the museum at Auschwitz-Birkenau has touched him deeply. But the world, and especially Europe, have learned. The United Nations, the OSCE, and its High Commissioner on National Minorities and the Council of Europe have successfully established standards, treaties, and mechanisms to promote and protect the rights of minorities. And we are proud of Austria's role in supporting this international framework. Austria is directly benefiting from the learning process. Today, for example, the autonomy of South Tyrol is a model for the successful realization of minority rights on all levels of government. However, we are all painfully aware that conflicts involving minorities are not a thing of the past. Since 2010, the number of violent conflicts worldwide has tripled, the vast majority with an underlying cause involving ethnicity, religion, culture, or language. And COVID-19 has added further fuel to the fire, with the pandemic especially affecting the lives of the most vulnerable. But even in a pandemic, we cannot allow our fight for human rights and for the protection of minorities to move into lockdown. How demanding and challenging our constant struggle can be became obvious again in Afghanistan. We cannot turn our back on the people there. The consequences would be felt immediately by the millions of women and girls, minorities and human rights defenders. We have to remain engaged. With this in mind, Austria will provide a total of 20 million euro in humanitarian emergency and development cooperation to Afghanistan and the region. Ladies and gentlemen, our history in Europe has taught us that no one is safe when individuals or communities are ostracized or vilified for who they are. Denigrating the dignity of some threatens the dignity of us all. Violations of minority rights are warning signs on a road leading to instability and conflict. Therefore, it is all the more worrying racism and intolerance around the world. Recent surveys of the European Union Fundamental Rights Agency show that fear and resentment of ethnic minorities are increasing. Discrimination and hatred against minorities poison our societies, weaken democracy, and threaten the inclusive nature of our communities. Faced with this threat, we stand by and remain indifferent. We have to actively defend our values of freedom, inclusiveness, and democracy. And we have to protect our open and free societies. Thus, Austria has put the promotion and protection of minority rights at the center of its human rights agenda. At the domestic level, we place great importance on the contribution of minorities to our society. We have implemented specific measures to support national autochthonous minorities, including in education, language, culture, and media. In addition, last year, we have doubled our annual financial contribution to national minorities. At the international level, Austria traditionally initiates resolutions on the protection of minorities in the Human Rights Council and the UN General Assembly. Furthermore, we actively support the mandate of the Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, whom we commend highly for his valuable work as well as the efforts of the OSCE and the Council of Europe. In view of the upcoming 30th anniversary of the UN Declaration on Minority Rights next year, Austria is looking forward to leading our joint commitment to its full implementation. Ladies and gentlemen, Special Rapporteur, the full respect of human rights of minorities is non-negotiable, and it is essential in order to preserve our way of life for future generations. We want our children and our future grandchildren to grow up in a world where the rights of minorities are not just noble sentiments, but an everyday reality. We have to prove again and again that we have learned from history, otherwise history might repeat itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Tichy, for the statement. I now would like to give the floor to Kairat Abdrahmanov, OSCE High Commissioner on National Minorities. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Dear Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, dear Fernand, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I am thankful to the organizers of this important forum for inviting me to address you. Issues related to conflict prevention and the protection of the human rights of minorities and national minorities in particular are at the heart of my mandate of the High Commissioner on National Minorities of the OSCE. Moreover, my approach to national minorities and their protection is firmly based on universal human rights standards. This is why this year's thematic focus of the Regional Minority Forums and Minority Forum in Geneva provides me personally and my advisors with an amazing opportunity to discuss the human rights of minorities in conflict prevention context in a greater depth and more detail. Last year, we commemorated the 30th anniversary of the landmark Copenhagen document of the Conference on Security and Cooperation in Europe, OSCE today. Few international documents have had such a far-reaching impact on the human rights movement and minority rights in international relations as this one. In this most extensive listing of human dimension commitments since the Helsinki Final Act, the Copenhagen document sets out provisions designed to strengthen respect for and enjoyment of human rights and fundamental freedoms, to develop human contacts and to resolve issues of a related humanitarian character. Significantly, 10 paragraphs concern the protection and promotion of the rights of persons belonging to national minorities. National minority issues also figured in the Charter of Paris for a New Europe, signed in November 1990. In it, the CSC heads of state or government, recognizing democracy as the only system of government of our nations, affirmed that the ethnic, cultural, linguistic, and religious identity of national minorities will be protected, and that persons belonging to national minorities have the right to freely express, preserve, and develop that identity without any discrimination and in full equality before the law. They pledged that full respect for these and wide range of human rights-related precepts would be the bedrock on which we will seek to construct the new Europe, end of quotation. In parallel, it was the wars in the former Yugoslavia of the 1990s and the dissolution of the Soviet Union that motivated the decisions by the Conference on Security and Cooperation in Europe to create the position of the High Commissioner on National Minorities in 1992. Because prevention is better than cure. Therefore, as an integral part of the security dimension of the OSCE, my mandate is to provide early warning and take action at the earliest possible stage on issues relating to tensions involving national minorities, which, in the judgment of the High Commissioner, have the potential to develop into conflict. This quotation from my mandate puts human rights-oriented principles of minority protection into security context. In other words, the High Commissioner's task is to use the existing international standards of minority protection and to refer to the positive obligations of the state in relations to their ethnic, religious, and linguistic communities for the purpose of preventing conflict. From my mandate's perspective, an adequate system of minority protection requires the existence of interrelated building blocks, consisting of, among others, the right to identity of minorities, integration without forced assimilation, and the principle of substantive equality, including participatory rights. These building blocks are a sort of the glue that is necessary to construct an inclusive, cohesive, and peaceful societies. This knowledge has been systematically documented and published in the HCNM's 9 sets of thematic guidelines and recommendations, which are available on our website and also at your service. To conclude, in the OEC, we strongly believe that only a comprehensive approach towards European security, one that encompasses all of its dimensions, the political, military, the economic and environmental, and the human dimension, can strengthen it. Today, we all agree that respect for human rights, including minority rights, and security are interlinked. So why not to build on this consensus? This forum offers an exceptional opportunity to reinforce our understanding of the importance of human rights obligations. I believe there should be more leaders on national and international levels that demonstrate commitment to cooperation to promote a vision of peace and stability through human rights and minority rights. That is why I count on the UN Special Rapporteurs and all of your dear distinguished colleagues and friends' support and cooperation in this effort, and stand ready to offer my institutions and the OEC's experience and expertise. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Ambassador Abrakhmanov, for your statement. I now would like to give the floor to Richard Komenda, Regional Representative, Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Regional Office for the Central Asia.
Dear moderator, dear UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, Your Excellencies, colleagues and friends. It is a great pleasure today welcoming you to the opening of the European Regional Forum on Conflict Prevention and Protection of Human Rights of Minorities. Minorities in minority rights are on the agenda of certain Central Asian countries as in other parts of the world. In our region, some of the main challenges to the effective protection of human rights of minorities include lack of effective mechanisms to prevent and combat discrimination against minorities, including through the equation and identification of minority groups with the extremist and terrorist activities. Secondly, limited access of ethnic minorities to decision-making processes and limited minority representation in public administration. As you note, like Secretary General recently, in his call to action on human rights, mentioned an effective participation is essential to implement human rights agenda of United Nations. Also, there are some challenges and difficulties for the minorities to access basic services and access to justice. There are also lack of effective measures and safeguards to ensure members of minority communities use and develop their own language, including the sign language. Those challenges were also strengthened in the conflict and post-conflict situation, and also including the recent COVID pandemic. In the history of Central Asia, conflicts and their legacies have an impact on fulfillment of minority rights, resulting in increased stigmatization and distrust between minority communities, as well between the minority communities and authorities. In fact, respect for minority rights and for principles of equality and non-discrimination should be an effective mechanism for conflict prevention, and in this regard, the thematic focus of this forum is very relevant to the conflict of current situation in many parts of the world, including of Central Asia. Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights globally and in Central Asia is working on the protection and promotion of minority rights. And our guidance in this process is their recommendation from the human rights mechanism, including from the special procedures. Effective implementation of those recommendations is one of our main tasks, working with the governments, international partners, and civil society in the region. I wish you all a productive discussions and a good exchange on the practices which will allow to improve the promotion and protection of human rights in the countries of the region and globally. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this very important statement. And now I would like to give the floor to Armand Pupol, Political Affairs and Human Rights Officer and Regional Center for Preventive Diplomacy for Central Asia. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, dear participants, dear colleagues. On behalf of the United Nations Regional Center for Preventive Diplomacy for Central Asia, UNRCCA, I would like to thank the organizers of the European Regional Forum for the opportunity to take part in this very important event, which covers such delicate issues as minority rights and conflict prevention. From the perspective of preventive diplomacy, social cohesion and integration of diverse minority groups are key to durable peace and security. They include inclusivity and meaningful participation in decision-making, promotion of cultural diversity, the use of languages, opportunities for education, and many other components. Integration itself is a complex process, since it covers not only integration of minorities into the society, but evolution of entire societies based on the respect of human rights, diversity, and tolerance. The role of state institutions is vital in this context. State institutions have to secure inclusive, sustainable development where all society enjoys benefits irrespective of gender, race, ethnicity, and religion. The development of policies and institutional frameworks promoting social cohesion and integration is an important part of the UN peacebuilding architecture. Based on the peacebuilding architecture, the UN supports its member states in their efforts to achieve inclusive sustainable development and to sustain peace. The most recent review of the UN peacebuilding architecture indicates that challenges of the pandemic further underscore the imperative of coherent responses aligned with the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals. Responses have to be inclusive and build opportunities to increase social cohesion and trust in government, including through participatory dialogue mechanisms. Promotion of social cohesion, inclusivity, and diversity is part of the activities of the Regional Center for Preventive Diplomacy for Central Asia. The Center, through its regional mandate, supports efforts of the Central Asian states aimed at a closer cooperation and interaction in the region. Key state policy based on good neighborhood relation is very significant for regional stability and security. Inter-regional cooperation, including on the issues related to minorities, has strengthened in recent years. The latest example is the third consultative meeting of the heads of states of Central Asia, which took place in Avazad, Turkmenistan on 6 August this year. I would like to admit that the special representative of the UN Secretary General for Central Asia, head of UNRCCA, Natalia German, was also invited to take part in this meeting. The consultative meeting adopted a joint statement focusing, among other areas, on enhanced cooperation in promotion of cultural dialogue in the interests of people living in Central Asia, promotion of cultural diversity and inter-ethnic tolerance, as well as providing mutual support in exploring and promoting ethnopolicies. The leaders also agreed to establish a forum of cultural dialogue in Central Asia. Dear participants, the Regional Center for Preventive Diplomacy promotes social cohesion and inclusivity through many specific activities and projects. For example, in October 2019, UNRCCA launched a youth initiative called the UNRCCA Preventive Diplomacy Academy. This initiative is aimed at promoting preventive diplomacy tools, greater youth involvement in decision-making, intercultural communication, as well as reducing and elimination prejudice and misunderstanding among different cultures, particularly in the border areas of the Central Asian states. Another example is the UNRCCA and UNDP initiative called Central Asia Women Leaders Caucus, which was launched with participation of the high-level women representatives, including the speakers of the parliament from the 5 Central Asian states in December 2020. The overarching goal of this initiative is to support the women of Central Asia to attain a more prominent socio-economic and political role and enable them to increasingly influence and drive transformation changes within their societies. The caucus serves to strengthen the enabling environment for women's socio-economic and political participation and leadership in Central Asia. It also helps to mobilize actions for gender empowerment in Central Asia. Equal access to natural resources is addressed through center strategies to support regional cooperation on transboundary water management. Numerous capacity building activities on water diplomacy have been organized for diverse groups of representatives from the region. Dear participants, dear colleagues, in the field of preventive diplomacy, partnership with other UN entities and regional organizations is critical in order to have a comprehensive assessment of trends and developments, as well as to have a coherent and coordinated approaches in addressing existing and emerging challenges, including ones related to minorities. In this context, I would like to emphasize our long-standing partnership with OHCHR, its regional office in Central Asia, and with the Office of OSCE High Commissioner of National Minorities. Let me conclude by saying that today's event could serve as an excellent platform not only to exchange analysis, conclusions, and recommendations, but also to broaden and strengthen partnership in the field of conflict prevention and the protection of the human rights of minorities. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Pipor, for this valuable statement. I now would like to give the floor to Paolo David, Chief of the Indigenous Peoples and Minorities Section, United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. And good morning, good afternoon, Excellency, Mr. High Commissioner of National Minorities, Mr. Special Rapporteur, dear colleagues. It is an honor and privilege to be with you this morning, and I wish to congratulate the Special Rapporteur for this initiative, which of course is part of a broader process. I'm sure we all agree that combating racial discrimination, as well as the protection of minorities, are key factors in the prevention of conflict. Experience shows that tensions rising from the level of conflict are less likely to occur in societies where minorities can use their own language, practice their own culture and religion, and participate effectively in economic, social, and political life, as prescribed in the 1992 United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Persons belonging to national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities. Human suffering and conflict is often rooted in injustice and discrimination. We are witnessing this again with the pandemic of COVID-19, which hasn't impacted everyone equally. People who live in poverty or who are subject to discrimination, in particular minorities, have been more often affected and infected. They are more likely to die, more likely to suffer severe socioeconomic impacts, and less likely to be vaccinated. The effects of the pandemic highlight the underlying and structural human rights challenges, including profound inequalities and fragile democratic systems. The world is in a crisis that have often exposed and exacerbated the weakness of the social protection and healthcare systems. One of the consequences is that these weaknesses have disproportionately affected those groups that were already in a situation of greater vulnerability, such as minorities, including Afro-descendants. Within those groups, women, the elderly, and persons with disabilities are at an even greater disadvantage. The pandemic is having asymmetrical health and socioeconomic impact based on ethnicity, religion, socioeconomic, migration, and refugee status, among other factors. Decades of systemic discrimination have resulted in a very high overlap in Europe between people's race and ethnicity on the one hand, and their socioeconomic status on the other. The marginalization of minorities has a significant damaging impact on poverty reduction, on democratic governance, social coherence, environmental sustainability, and conflict prevention. The relevance for the UN system of this year's forum theme is also reflected in the 2013 UN Secretary General Guidance Note on racial discrimination and the protection of minorities. Understanding discrimination as a risk factor for most serious of crimes allows for the identification of preventive measures in the short, medium, and long term. Such preventive measures may include a broad range of options that promote equality and non-discrimination, participation and representation, respect for the rule of law and fundamental human rights, and encourage local stakeholders to support the constructive management of diversity as a tool to prevent and mitigate identity-based tensions. In this regard, hate speech is a particular threat to minorities and society as a whole. Our office is working, among others, in Ukraine, Montenegro, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Serbia, and Kosovo, with the United Nations teams on the ground to implement with concerned authorities the UN Secretary General Plan of Action and Strategy on Hate Speech. Furthermore, in April this year, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights addressed the high-level European Conference on Protection from Racial Discrimination and Related Intolerance. Welcoming the European Union political steps to address systematic racial discrimination and related intolerance, she encouraged EU countries to continue the crucial work of addressing the root causes of racial discrimination and related intolerance in partnership with concerned communities and civil society. At this occasion, the High Commissioner for Human Rights expressed concern about pattern of racial injustice faced by people of African descent in many countries across the globe. The human rights, she also highlighted the human rights situation of Roma worldwide, who have faced discrimination, social exclusion, and marginalization in all areas of life, and the alarming rise of hate speech and scapegoating against the Roma in the context of COVID-19 pandemic. The adoption in 2020 of a strategic EU Roma framework for equality, inclusion, and participation that for the first time acknowledges that the situation of the Roma cannot change without addressing anti-Gypsum and prejudice among the majority population, and includes a commitment by the EU to promoting truth and reconciliation, is a very important step, as well as the EU Anti-Racism Action Plan, which under the motto United in Diversity has called on all EU members to adopt such plans by 2022. Finally, I would like to share an OHCHR initiative to better protect the rights of minorities and to prevent conflict. The interactive peer-to-peer methodology of the Faith for Rights Toolkit, notably its model on standing up for the rights of all persons belonging to minorities and on exchanging practices in the areas of mediation, early detection of communal tensions, and remedial techniques. Ladies and gentlemen, at the eve of the 30th anniversary of the UN Declaration, I thank you very much for this important opportunity and wish you all a very fruitful today's dialogue and outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. David, for this comprehensive outline of the context of the UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, Dr. Fernand de Warenne, who now has the floor.
Merci, Anna Maria. Ambassador Tichy of the Austrian Federal Ministry for European and International Affairs, Ambassador Abdrahmanov, OSCE High Commissioner on National Minorities, Mr. Komenda, Regional Representative of the OHCHR for Central Asia, Mr. Pupos, Human Rights and Political Affairs Officer for the UN Regional Center for Preventive Diplomacy for Central Asia, Mr. David, Chief of the Indigenous Peoples and Minorities Section of the OHCHR, Excellencies, distinguished state representatives and colleagues, minority representatives, experts, and participants, ladies and gentlemen, bonjour tout le monde, guten tag, dobre dien, welcome. Bienvenue au 4e Forum régional pour l'Europe et l'Asie centrale pour les questions relatives aux minorités. Permettez que je prononce quelques paroles à cette session d'ouverture en tant que rapporteur spécial ayant convoqué ce forum régional que nous avons dû malheureusement tenir virtuellement, comme vous voyez, en raison des incertitudes créées par la pandémie un peu partout dans le monde. Why conflict prevention and why the protection of the human rights of minorities specifically? Well, because most violent conflicts today involve minorities. In recent decades, conflicts overwhelmingly tend to be internal, intrastate conflicts, usually with an ethnic or religious or even linguistic dimension, according to data from the Uppsala Conflict Data Program and the Minorities at Risk Program in the United States. Since 2010, the number of major violent conflicts has tripled globally. And let me repeat that, tripled. And much of the increase is in the rise of intrastate conflicts. According to the World Bank Group document entitled Strategy for Fragility, Conflict and Violence 2020-2025, this is actually mainly usually involving minorities. And I quote, "There are now more violent conflicts globally than in any time in the past 30 years. And the world is also facing the largest displacement crisis ever recorded." To be perfectly clear, around 3/4 of the world's violent conflicts involve minorities. And I repeat that, more than 3/4. Think of the conflicts which have occurred in the past or are occurring more recently. We've had, for example, Northern Ireland. In Turkey, we've had conflicts with the Kurdish minority. In Basque Country, in North Macedonia, in Fergana Valley, Kyrgyzstan, in Cyprus, in Bosnia, Nagorno-Karabakh, and even Corsica in France in the past, Northern Italy after the Second World War, and so on. So it's therefore quite telling, perhaps even disappointing, that too many institutions, international or regional institutions, seem to ignore or not sufficiently focus on the close link between minority issues and trying to prevent conflicts. However, there are good examples, good practices. The OSCE, for example, acknowledged the intimate connection between minorities and conflict prevention, and as we've heard, has in place conflict prevention mechanisms such as the OSCE High Commissioner on National Minorities, who is officially one of the central pillars for conflict prevention at the OSCE. And we, today and tomorrow, will be exploring the best ways, or at least some of the effective ways, to prevent these conflicts, and with the hypothesis that this is directly linked to tackling the root causes of the conflicts, where such conflicts, where such conflicts are more likely to arise. And that's where you have situations involving minorities, often who have long-standing grievances of discrimination and exclusion. It's also worthwhile to remind everyone of the importance of the focus of this event. And as indicated in the Regional Forum's concept note, how it connects with one of the main conclusions of the first joint study by the United Nations and the World Bank called Pathways to Peace, Inclusive Approaches to Preventing Violent Conflicts. And here, please allow me to say a few words directly from this report. And I quote, "Many of today's violent conflicts relate to group-based grievances arising from inequality, exclusion, and feelings of injustice. It is when an aggrieved group assigns blame to others or to the state for its perceived economic, political, or social exclusion that its grievances may become politicized and risk tipping into violence, end of quote. In other words, today's main drivers of instability globally, potentially leading to atrocities and even crimes against humanity, even cases of attempted genocide, are group-based grievances around exclusion and injustice. And if we translate into human rights speak, it means really the violation of human rights, such as the prohibition of discrimination, and particularly the violation of the human rights of minorities. So while the central promise of the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its Sustainable Development Goals is leave no one behind, what the United Nations and World Bank study suggests strongly is that this is not always happening. Where groups such as minorities and indigenous peoples in particular are left behind, conflicts are more likely to occur. And right now around the world, inequalities appear to be increasing. We've heard this already, partly driven by the pandemic, yes, but even before, it seemed more and more that minorities were being left behind, amongst others. And once again, minorities tend, again, disproportionately to be left behind, increasingly so. So what is happening in regions such as Europe and Central Asia and others in the world where violent conflicts erupt, or where you have groups which have long-standing exclusion, discrimination, and inequalities that remain unaddressed and leave them behind as whole communities? We need to look into these causes. We need to address these root causes, and that requires using the normative framework of international human rights law to combat these causes, these factors that undermine equality and lead to exclusion, discrimination, and inequality. Many of the barriers that groups such as minorities face in accessing services, resources, and equal opportunities are not simply accidents of fate or a lack of availability of resources, but unfortunately, rather the result of, well, we have to admit, possibly discriminatory laws, policies, and social practices that result with their being left behind as a group communities, as individuals also. So these group of people everywhere tend to be minorities, largely. And this also explains why most of today's conflicts involve these groups. And as we also heard earlier, we have to be able to identify and recognize the warning signs, including the discrimination and hate or intolerance, which can lead towards the eruption into destructive flames and fire of violent ethnic conflicts. We must learn from the past, otherwise the past will repeat itself on and on. So please allow me to make a few observations on the importance of your discussions and insights for the next 2 days. Different regions have very different contexts and conditions. And the UN Forum on Minority Issues, held every year over a day and a half in Geneva at the end of the year, has limited, well, we have to acknowledge, limited time and space to clearly, to deal specifically and clearly, if you will, with the challenges facing minorities in different regions of the world. Holding regional forums under my mandate allows us to take into account and hear more loudly and in depth the voices and expertise of regional minorities and take them into account when submitting recommendations to the UN Human Rights Council, as we will be explaining in further detail later. I cannot sufficiently emphasize the importance of this forum for the region in order to better understand and appreciate the variety and richness of your context, but also, and perhaps even more importantly, in the ability to share your knowledge and insights within my United Nations mandate. I can also announce that we will be having next year in 2022 4 regional forums in person, if the pandemic permits, to mark the 30th anniversary of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Persons Belonging to National or Ethnic, Religious, and Linguistic Minorities, to assess its impact, but also, and perhaps more importantly, to look forwards towards the future on how to better recognize and implement fully and equally their human rights. But more immediately, today and tomorrow, we hope you'll be able to draft precise and appropriate recommendations on the themes which you will be exploring shortly. Recommendations that reflect your context and challenges, and which deal first and foremost on the prevention of violent armed conflicts through protecting, recognizing, and implementing the human rights of minorities. May I remind you also that only those recommendations which deal with the regional forum's themes will be retained. So you have to be aware that discussions or the recommendations that don't address specifically the theme of conflict prevention and the rights of minorities, well, run the risk of not being retained. It is something to remember. This is this year's focus. Also keep in mind that every year, the regional forums and the United Nations Forum address different specific issues. And it's with the issues being considered, it's those issues being considered which we'll be retaining our focus and attention. And it's now possible to deal in it's not possible rather, to deal in 2 short days with, in other words, with all of the minority issues experienced by every single minority group everywhere in Europe or in the world. So it isn't hoped and intended that the recommendations which will emanate from this regional forum process will then be formatted and summarized and made available for the deliberations of the United Nations Forum on Minority Issues, which will be held this year on the 2nd and 3rd of December in Geneva, as usual. They will also be added as an annex to my own annual report to the United Nations Human Rights Council in March 2022 and published on the website of my United Nations mandate. Finally, these recommendations could eventually serve in the preparation, perhaps hopefully, of more succinct and targeted guide or guiding principles on conflict prevention by addressing the deep-rooted inequalities, marginalization, exclusion, and discrimination affecting mainly, usually, minorities through human rights protection, and to truly ensure no one is left behind. And consistently with this guiding principle of leaving no one behind, I'd like to highlight the interpretation, not only in English, French, and Russian, but also in the Romani language, perhaps one of the first times in the United Nations, we've used this minority language in one of our significant events. And as you can see, we also try to be inclusive and respectful of users of sign languages, another linguistic minority, even if it's not necessarily a national minority. And now I will hand the floor back over to our chair, Madame Biraud, who will explain the next steps of the proceedings for the regional forum. Thank you. Ana Maria. Your microphone, Ana Maria.
Ahead. I would like to thank all our distinguished keynote speakers for their insightful statements and remarks. This was our last speaker at the opening meeting. Now I shall explain the rules of proceedings for the Regional Forum and summarize the process. I'll start with the rules of proceedings. Participants of the Regional Forum are reminded to contribute constructively to the discussions along the themes addressed in the program of work of the Regional Forum. Please note that all interventions and statements on each theme of the Regional Forum should be relevant to that particular theme. It is preferred that speakers are not interrupted, so we ask you to make sure that your statements relate to the topics on the discussion. It is encouraged that all participants provide concrete recommendations on how to tackle the issues under the theme. In order to attain fruitful and meaningful exchanges, we expect that all participants show respect for others' views and invite all participants to exercise decorum, avoid abusive or disrespectful language or derogatory and inflammatory remarks, respect UN core values and principles, and uphold UN standards when referring to countries and territories. Participants are all requested to refrain from posting or displaying material that is offensive, obscene, and hateful, that promotes or encourages violence, or that does not uphold UN standards regarding countries and territories. All participants are also reminded that any act of intimidation or reprisal against individuals and groups who have participated in this regional forum or who cooperate or have cooperated with the United Nations, its representatives and mechanisms in the field of human rights is unacceptable. States are urged to prevent and ensure adequate protection against such acts. Now I shall turn to the process of the regional forum. The purpose of this meeting is to formulate regional recommendations which will inform the 14th UN Forum on Minority Issues. The meeting is organized around 4 thematic sessions around which recommendations will be produced. Following the opening statements, the high-level state panel will begin. This will consist of presentations from state representatives. Following the high-level state panel, the thematic sessions will begin. Each thematic session will start with presentations of 10 minutes from each expert. Following the presentations, the floor will be open for interventions during which participants will be able to make statements and propose recommendations. The focus of all interventions should be the development of recommendations. However, if participants have research or data that is relevant to the theme of the discussions, then they are encouraged to also share this with participants by posting it in the Zoom chat function. Interventions are limited to 2 minutes. Participants can speak only once during a session, unless time allows for a second round of interventions. The moderators will communicate this to participants. Participants are required to remain muted with their camera disabled at all times during the meeting, except when taking the floor. This will ensure the best possible sound quality for all meeting participants. Participants wishing to speak must indicate this to the moderator using the raise hand function in Zoom and wait for the floor to be given to them by the moderator. The moderator will give the floor to participants in the order that hands were raised. The raised hand function is found in the reactions panel located at the bottom of your Zoom screen. Once the moderator hands the floor to a participant, the speaker must unmute themselves and, whenever possible, turn on their camera before taking the floor. After their intervention is finished, the speaker mutes themselves and disables their camera. There are no rights of reply or points of order during the regional forum. All participants wishing to make a statement or intervention must follow the protocol detailed above. About the recommendations, we ask that all participants that wish to propose recommendations do so by submitting them by email to Marcus Oda, Program Manager at the Tom Lantos Institute. His email address will be posted in the Zoom chat, or submit your recommendations in the Zoom chat function directly. This includes those recommendations proposed during an intervention to ensure they are incorporated into the final output document. All proposed recommendations submitted in writing will be collated by the organizers. During the final session tomorrow, on the presentation of recommendations, a final list of recommendations will be made available for all participants to view via the shared screen Zoom function. Participants that wish to comment on a specific recommendation should use the Zoom chat function to send their comment, referring to a specific recommendation number. The UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues will ultimately make the final decision on the final set of recommendations, taking into account those comments provided. These will subsequently, as mentioned before, be posted online on the organizer's website, the webpage of the UN Forum on Minority Issues, and on www.minorityforum.info. Please be aware that the regional forum is being live streamed on YouTube, and the video and audio recording will be publicly available on the Tom Lantos Institute's YouTube channel, website, and on minorityforum.info website. Finally, the Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues will be available for 1 hour at the end of each day of the regional forum for media inquiries. All media inquiries should be sent to his office to Ms. Hee Kyung-yo. Her email addresses will be posted in the chat function. For more details and information on the process of the regional forum and on using the Zoom features, I would refer you to the practical information document and Zoom guide, which have been sent to you and are available on the Regional Forum registration website. This brings to an end of this opening session. I would again like to thank all our distinguished keynote speakers for their statements. We shall begin the high-level state panel following a short technical break. Thank you for your attention.
in a little bit, yeah. Mrs. Bleeker, could we please check your microphone and video for the next session, please?
Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, it is. That's perfect. Thank you very much. We'll start on time at 1:15. I'll just check the microphone and video for the panelist.
Okay, and is someone introducing me or I begin directly?
Yes, you'll be introduced at the start. To begin
Okay,
the
thank
session.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ambassador Molchan, could we please check your video and microphone before the start of the session?
Yes, hello.
Hello. Yes, that's working.
Yes, this is what I'm trying to do for some time to connect.
No, that's connected. We can hear you and see you perfectly. So thank you very much. We'll start at 1:15. Thank you.
Excellency Special Rapporteur, distinguished colleagues, representatives of the civil society, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for the high-level state panel, which will now begin. I would like to introduce the distinguished moderator of the high-level state panel, Mrs. Mo Bleeker, Special Envoy, Head of the Task Force for Dealing with the Past and Prevention of Atrocities of the Swiss Federal Department of Foreign Affairs. Mrs. Bleeker, the floor is yours from now on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm very pleased and honored to be here to facilitate this panel, and I would like to thank Fernand de Warenne for organizing this and for his extraordinary efforts to promote the cause of the minorities, but in particular, because he is doing so, to promote the cause of democracy. Indeed, and I would like to begin with a very positive note, this high-level panel. I'm strongly convinced that the most beautiful challenge of our modern democracies is precisely the constructive management of diversity. That is the capacity of our societies to live in equality, absent of fear, and acknowledging the diversity as one of the most important assets of our society. So on this positive note, I'm very happy and honored to present our two guest speakers, Her Excellency Tatiana Molcean, Ambassador of the Republic of Moldova to the Swiss Confederation, permanent representative to the UN, WTO, and other international organizations in Geneva. Ambassador Molcean has a long trajectory and has been Ambassador of the Republic of Moldova to the Swiss Confederation, as I will say, and prior to that, she was State Secretary for the European integration between 2017 and 19, and State Secretary for bilateral and multilateral cooperation between 2013 and 17. She also held posts as Head of Economic and Sectoral Cooperation with EU Division and Chargé d'Affaires Embassy of the Republic of Moldova to Sweden. Long trajectory that has put her in touch with this field, and I will also present Ambassador Martin Frick, Director of the Office for Foreign Affairs from Liechtenstein. His presentation will be pre-recorded, and Martin Frick acts as Director of the Office for Foreign Affairs since the 1st of May 2011. He began his career in the government as staff member of the Prime Minister, and from 2005 to 2009, he served as Director of the Office of Prime Minister Ottmar Hassler. He then worked as Director of the Office of Deputy Prime Minister Martin Meyer until 2011. And in 2009, he led the Office of Economic Affairs as Interim Director for a 5 months period. I'm very happy to welcome you both, even if Mr. Martin Frick will hold his intervention in a pre-recorded manner. Before we begin, I would like to recall the assistance that you can have access to translation. If you need any assistance, call the technical team, but you can have access to all the presentation and the conversations through translation. Mrs. Moina Milczyk, I will now pass you the floor, and I'm very happy, Mrs. Tatiana Molcean, to listen to you. Thank you very much. You have the floor.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you, first of all, for inviting me to these discussions, which are very important indeed. And I do hope that despite the fact that this regional forum is in virtual format, it would allow for a genuine and open dialogue with sharing of best practices, but also challenges that we all face in promoting and protecting the rights of minorities. This year we have a special theme, this conflict prevention and the protection of the human rights of minority, which raises additional questions, I would say, and unfortunately still extremely relevant nowadays. So I'd like to share Republic of Moldova experience and hoping that it would offer a better understanding of the challenges we are facing, but also some of the positive experiences that I do believe that our country has in promoting the human rights of minorities. First of all, on policies and legal framework, I do know that it would be a later discussion specifically on the normative basis, but as a lawyer, I tend to believe that it is where we should start with good policy, good legal framework, either international and national level. So this is the basis, I would say. The protection of national minorities without discrimination is one of the priorities of the Moldovan government, and national authorities are committed to undertake effective measures in line with established international standards to ensure a multicultural and integral society. Maybe I should say from the beginning that according to some statistical data from 2013, apart from the majority ethnic group, representatives of more than 40 ethnic minority groups or national minorities reside on the territory of the Republic of Moldova. And among the most numerous are Ukrainians, Gagauz, Russians, Bulgarians, and Roma. On the accuracy of statistical data, I think we can do a whole new forum to discuss how data are collected. But I tend to agree that what the UN Special Rapporteur, Mr. De Verens, has mentioned recently in an interview in Moldova, statistics and data are really very, very important in order to have efficient national policies. If you want good policies, you also need to know who or what is where your population. So you have to know this data in order to have a good policy. On international legal framework, I would like to say just that besides the declaration for Republic of Moldova, the Council of Europe Framework Convention for the Protection of National Minority that we signed in 1995 is a reference document in our policies and national strategy developing. Of course, we do have important and guarantees in our constitution, but as well in the criminal, civil, and administrative law that guarantees specific provisions against discrimination of minorities. We also have specific legal anti-discrimination legislation, which I would refer shortly later. But one milestone in the process of improving national minority protection in the country was the adoption of the strategy on consolidation of international interethnic relations in the Republic of Moldova for 2017-2027. This is really a robust document designed to respond to the best practices in the field of national minorities. We, of course, have developed action plans to implement because we need to make sure that the strategy not stays only on paper, but it is transposed. So we had one action plan that expired in 2020, and currently an extensive process of consultation is carried on to adopt the second action plan for 2021 and 2024. But as I have mentioned, there is a general policy framework and legal framework, but there are also specific targeted policies, like the ones aimed at long-term improvement of Roma people integration. We have the successive Roma-specific policy documents have been adopted and implemented in Moldova since 2001, which demonstrate a tailored approach to the needs of Roma inclusion. Again, we have in our National Human Rights Action Plan also a chapter specifically dedicated to Roma people. And we are currently drafting a Roma support program for 2021-2025. One challenge that I would like to point out, and which we see not only as relevant for this specific category, but for all of them, is again the lack of accurate data on the number and location of Roma population, for example. We have also quite extensive activity within the country during the last 7 years when it comes to promoting and progress in the field of education, research, and commemoration of the Holocaust. Moldova, the government adopted the second action plan for 2021-2024 on promoting the memory of the Holocaust and the culture of tolerance to combat racism, anti-Semitism, xenophobia, and other forms of intolerance. This is the second, as I've mentioned. So we, as you can see, we have a long-standing, if I can say, tradition of having indeed a governmental policy, strategic approach to these issues. I would like to refer to one specific or two specific issues, since we all agree that education and language are key elements in implementing proper policies on minorities. And I believe they are also key in and having a great role in preventing conflicts. So this is really important when we are talking about the topic of today's discussions. And Moldova has some good experiences in this field, but as we all know, there is much more to be done. I would like to refer that in order to increase the quality of teaching the languages of national minorities, and in order to organize the educational process in the pandemic context, for example, our Minister of Education and Research held online Republican methodological seminars for Romanian and minority language teachers 3 times per year, so to improve this teaching and language teaching. Additionally, we have developed new guidelines for Romanian and the minority languages for the new 2021-2022 study year. We have 2 partnerships agreements concluded between our Agency for Interethnic Relations and the National Association of European Trainers of Moldova in order to organize courses to study Romanian language by the non-native speakers. There are also small-scale projects, maybe that don't seem, as national-wide or with big impact, but I would say on the contrary, smaller projects are the ones that bring true inclusion, and I would like to refer to one of them, which started in 2018, again with the support of partners from Council of Europe and EU, and it is implemented both in Moldova, but also in Georgia and Belarus, as far as I know. And it involves municipalities in providing an installation of street signs, multilingual street signs. I think this is a really important step forward in integrating and ensuring, that tourist objects are presented not only in Romania or, for example, English, but in all of them. For example, we have now these signs both in Russian, Ukrainian, German, Bulgarian, or Yiddish. I would like to refer to a specific situation. Well, so when we discuss about languages and minorities, is the autonomous region of Gagauzia, where we have 3 official languages, for example. This is Moldovan, Gagauz, and Russian. And I have to say that according to the last census, again from 2014, in the autonomy, 82% identify themselves as Gagauz, and then 5% as Bulgarians and 4% Moldovans, and so on. And for us, for the government, but not all, for the entire country, it's very important, again, this aspect of education and language. And we have launched in 2015 the simultaneous learning of Romanian and Gagauz learning program, language learning program for kindergartens, first of all, and parents of these children also benefit. And this is very important because it goes first for kindergartens, but also for schools. And it helps the government to develop the curricula in Romanian and Gagauz language. So this is very important for the future, I would say, for the country, for the proper integration of the population. This was a program, by the way, supported by the OSCE High Commissioner for National Minorities in Hague and some other partners as well. I would say here that not only Gagauz is taught, but also Russian is studied in the kindergartens and in schools in the autonomy. There are many other aspects that could be shared and expressed or mentioned about the experience in Moldova, but I would like to stop here and saying that these are only a few examples that I could present today from Moldova's experience. And I would say so far, maybe this is not the perfect experience, but they have reached their goal, because this is also has ensured preventive measures, at least so far, and I believe also for the future, to avoid conflict and tensions within the country. Again, in the same, some of you have mentioned that Fernando Verns mentioned that Moldova has a diversity which is our strength in this recent interview, and I totally share this view that differences should be accepted and included, and also promoted this diversity via positive incentives, and less with negative or legislative. We need more positive experience. We need more programs and incentives to promote this inclusiveness. Thank you so much.
Ambassador Tatiana Molchean, mulțumesc. Thank you really very much. I'm impressed by what you are saying, not only because you are basically saying and talking about what you have been doing, but you are instillating a very humane approach to it, saying we can have very good legal frameworks, but what needs to happen are real facts and real changes. And so you have been mentioning that you consider diversity as a richness of your nation, and I couldn't agree more. And I think it's under these lenses that we can really act as actors of prevention. But we will come back to this, while I'm also encouraging our very large audience. I see that we are 103 persons online, which is good. And I'm encouraging you to share messages through the chat, or if you want to share positive actions also through the chat, ideas about prevention, you are more than welcome. I will take these questions on board later. But as for now, we have a second pre-recorded intervention from Ambassador Martin Frick, Director of the Foreign Affairs of the Principality of Liechtenstein, and may I ask the technical office to show us this video. Thank you very much.
Chairperson, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues for convening this European Regional Forum, which we gladly co-sponsor alongside Austria, Slovenia, and Switzerland. Over the distribution of power, access to resources, lack of meaningful participation in decision-making processes, or other substantive issues faced by ethnic, linguistic, and religious minorities. Recent data suggests that these deep-rooted grievances among minority communities, manifested in questions of self-determination, account for more than half of all violent conflicts we have witnessed since the 1960s. Even if self-determination conflicts are not new, the contemporary political environment seems particularly conducive to the escalation of such conflicts. Rising nationalism, increasing unilateralism, and diminishing respect for the rule of law only contribute to the frustrations of those minority communities facing exclusion, oppression, and injustice. These conflicts continue to have devastating effects on societies across the globe. Europe, as we are all aware, has hardly been spared. The prevention of such conflicts is one of the central responsibilities of the whole United Nations system. Unfortunately, however, it remains a relatively underpublicized aspect of the daily work of the United Nations. Media oftentimes only cover crises once they have turned violent, and hence produce images of individual and collective suffering that capture audience attention. As the focus, even within the UN, often lies in the management of immediate crisis, its important work on conflict prevention based on its three pillars, peace and security, development, and human rights, only attracts limited visibility. Liechtenstein therefore welcomes the organization of regional fora like this, one that allow for broad discussions on the timely topic of conflict prevention from a minority perspective. Successful strengthening of the human rights of minorities is dependent on the collaboration of many of the actors participating at this virtual conference: states, UN entities, national human rights institutions, civil society organizations, experts, and, most importantly, minority representatives themselves. Regarding the contribution of regional organizations, we would like to highlight the important role played by the OSCE High Commissioner on National Minorities in issuing guidelines and recommendations on the inclusion and participation of minority communities across Europe. Liechtenstein also welcomes the Special Rapporteur's emphasis on the gender dimension of conflict prevention. In this respect, we must pay due consideration to the intersectional nature of discrimination. Women and girls belonging to minority communities face discrimination and exclusion both due to their gender and their ethnic, religious, or cultural identity. These structural inequalities risk being further aggravated in times of conflict, potentially exposing women to even more injustice and violence. Liechtenstein, therefore, remains a strong advocate for the Women, Peace and Security agenda, which makes participation one of its three priorities. Gender equality and female empowerment start with women's full, equal, and meaningful participation in all stages of peace processes, including in conflict prevention. Chairperson, Liechtenstein has a long-standing commitment to finding ways to address and implement the right to self-determination. Self-determination is a cornerstone of the UN Charter, as well as a prerequisite for the full enjoyment of human rights. Liechtenstein's very first initiative as a UN member state was to strengthen the application of the right to self-determination. This effort has given way to a rich dialogue on how expressions of self-determination other than secession, notably through the strengthening of the human rights of minorities, can help reduce conflict. The Liechtenstein Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Liechtenstein Institute of Self-Determination have cooperated very closely for many years to discuss ways in which human rights of minority communities can be met through more inclusive forms of government that meaningfully devolve power, such as regional autonomy or self-governance. Earlier this year, this collaboration led to a joint publication of a handbook on the prevention and resolution of self-determination conflicts. The handbook is a product of broad consultations with academics, mediators, diplomats, and experts on the role of self-determination in the causes of and solution to conflict. It draws from an emerging body of practice as well as documentation from relevant international organizations, including the UN and the OSCE. Acknowledging that all situations are different and rooted in specific, often very politicized histories, the handbook does not offer rigid best practices, but a menu of good practices that is meant to offer practitioners concrete assistance in their work on conflict prevention and mediation. For instance, a finding that is outlined by the handbook is that processes to prevent and address self-determination conflicts strongly benefit from being as inclusive and representative as possible. Such processes should not only be about ending present or preventing future conflicts, but also about addressing the desire for greater self-governance by minority communities in a sustainable manner. Sustainable peace is more likely to develop when these communities can meaningfully participate in the creation of new arrangements. A broad, representative process creates a greater peace constituency and encourages good governance in the longer term. In particular, the inclusion of civil society and local peace builders in mediation processes can facilitate greater long-term support for arrangements. This is in line with SDG 16.7, which aims to ensure responsive, inclusive, participatory, and representative decision-making at all levels. Strengthening the rule of law remains another key priority for us. Liechtenstein has for many years advocated that strong and independent legal systems, both at the international and the national level, are vital to underpinning human rights. A justice system that upholds the rights of minorities is particularly important in this regard, given that these communities are often marginalized in public life. In order to prevent the eruption of violent conflict, community or identity-based grievances relating to self-determination should be addressed at the outset through strong human rights protections mechanisms. Measures that effectively uphold the human rights of minorities can build trust between relevant communities and the state, and trust in institutions. And they can address the forms of inequality, injustice, and exclusion from power, opportunity, services, and security that often lead to conflict. Trust in institutions is a cornerstone of democracy, and people-centered decision-making is indispensable for the full enjoyment of human rights by all. By the same token, ensuring accountability is a necessary precondition for peace and justice. Accountability also has an important prevention component. We hence continue to fully support the work of the accountability mechanisms established by the General Assembly and the Human Rights Council, as well as the important work of the International Criminal Court. Chairperson, the protection of the human rights of minorities and the prevention of conflict remain complex challenges in our evolving global and regional political environment. Recognizing the interdependency of the two is vital to ensure the effective achievement of both. We hope that this regional forum will allow for reflection and fruitful discussion among all attendees, and we look forward to learning more about the results of this consultation process in the upcoming forum on minority issues, as well as the report of the Special Rapporteur. I thank you.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Ambassador Martin Frick. You have made important statements. Now, before opening the floor, and I have a question to Her Excellency Tatiana Molgean, I would recall the objective of this session, that is really to highlight good practices and discuss lessons learned in the area of conflict prevention and protecting human rights of minority, and ensuring that states can take their responsibility. Maybe I would like to recall some elementary elements. Also in my status of the former chair of the Global Action Against Mass Atrocity Crimes, a prevention platform, I would like to emphasize on the importance of elements of prevention. Prevention is not reaction, and I have understood that we often confound prevention and reaction. We often react after the commission of facts, while our duty, and maybe also the most beautiful aspect of prevention, would be indeed to be capable, and there I go back also to what Her Excellency Tatiana Molgean was saying, to be capable of identifying as early as possible what could be the triggers of violence, or identifying from the onset who are the concrete people we are talking about when we talk about minorities. Where are they located? How do they live? What are their real issues? And Ambassador Tatiana Molgean was insisting on the fact that this is a challenge. We don't have enough data, which would be actually, if we are serious on prevention, a basic to work on. And she was underlining this. And then an early understanding of what could be the situations in which violence or incitement to violence could happen, and how could we react timely, early enough. So for that, what we have learned in the field of prevention is that we need national bodies, not new national bodies, but frameworks of articulations among all existing institutions acting in this field, from education, from police, the whole security sector, from the agencies for economic development, etc., to be capable to react quickly in the wake of incidents that could be at the end of the way leading to acts of violence. The commission of violence, ladies and gentlemen, is actually already too late. We are no more in the first prevention task, and this is where we should measure our efficiency. In the wake of the preparation of this meeting, I heard and read that, yes, we are living hard times that are threatening a peaceful coexistence, maybe more than decades earlier. But in the same time, and we have heard it through Ambassador Tatiana Molchean, efforts are happening that are countering this negative spiral into more division and into hatred and into incitement to violence and discrimination. But we are far away from having achieved, first, a full implementation of our international and national convention laws and legal frameworks. And this is where I believe the assistance here meeting for these days has some homework to do, and we each of us have homework to do to be implementing what is existing around there. I also would like to draw your attention to the fact that on the 15th and 17th of November, there will be a meeting of the Global Action Against Mass Atrocities, which is atrocities is the last stage. But when we will prevent, we need to begin early, and it will be exactly on the same issue. And we are so happy and honored to have Special Rapporteur Fernand de Varenne coming there also to talk about how can we prevent hate speech, how can we prevent discrimination and incitement to violence or to hatred. On the last note, before I will pass to a question to Her Excellency Tatiana Molchean, I would like to insist that conflicts are part of our lives. What we need to prevent is the violent expression of conflicts. The fact that we are diverse, the fact that our needs and our rights are also growing, and that the capabilities of states also, hopefully, are growing, is a constant negotiation based on conflicts tied to our own development. So what we have to avoid is the violent expression thereof. And I would like to come back regarding this issue to Mrs. Tatiana Molchean, and would like to ask you the question, what is in your eyes and in the experience you have been sharing with us so beautifully, what are in the key in key points the elements of a key prevention politics policy that from your point of view would be important to set up in a systematic manner regarding minority issue and regarding constructive management of diversity? Over to you.
Thank you so much. Before I reply to these questions, there are a few comments that I would like to make, and also to say a big thank you. I usually speak much faster, if I can say. Now, it's big thank you for allowing interpretation in many languages, but also it's the first time, as I understood, it's in the Romani language. So this is why I'm speaking slow, and I haven't provided my presentation beforehand. A few comments. You have mentioned that we should focus on prevention and not reaction. or prevention is not reaction. And I'm trying to figure out if what I have presented as positive experience for Moldova is really prevention or not reaction. I'm afraid not. I'm afraid that all our policies, all our actions are a cause of a certain situation. I would love to say that it was long-term thinking and that we really understood early on in our formation as a state, because this year we celebrate 30 years of independence. In August we celebrated, and for some it might be really not a very long history of independence, but it had its ups and downs. And frankly speaking, all the development of these policies, we came to understand them at a later stage, or maybe at the beginning, but it was as a reaction. It was as a reaction of the situation, of the composition, of the ethnic composition, of the minorities existing in the country, or reaction to certain situation, like I have referred a lot to the language aspect. You know, at one point we have realized that when we speak about proper integration of certain minorities in government, parliament, or any authorities, we understand that they don't speak one of the, national languages, Romanian. And then we came with the reactive policies that we need to ensure that everyone is taught both, Gagauz, that they allow, for example, if we speak about their autonomy, but they are also taught in their mother tongue, because at one point it was mostly Russian that was taught in the region, in kindergartens, in schools. So I don't know if we are doing really a preventive policy, it's more reaction policies. And I agree that we always have this conflicts that we have to deal with, maybe not on a large scale, but small scale. But conflict is not something that I like the word, so I don't like, even if we agree that we shouldn't go to the preventive, to the violent stage, even using the word conflict, it's kind of brings negative connotations. And another aspect is that we always have to deal with crisis. One of the biggest challenge is that we don't like other crises to disregard this kind of policies. We have health crisis now, we have economic, we have environmental crisis. And at one point we just considered these policies of inclusiveness and integration, and then they become or might become a crisis. This is one important thing that we all should keep in mind. And speaking about education and language, one of the challenges that I think our government will have to face in the coming years, we focused a lot on education for minorities, but actually we should focus on education for the rest of the population, or for all population. We all should know about who lives on our territory, what are tradition of the Russians, Ukrainians, Bulgarians, Gagauz people. Maybe recently we have come to understand this, but so far in the previous policies, we were more focused on integrating minorities into majority, rather than ensuring this through inclusiveness by making everyone understand what is specific. Now, key prevention policies, I would stick to the same. It's education, clear communication, and also discussions in society and on issues, education and language. These are the first steps. Then policies, then you deal in each country specifically depending on an existing issue or challenge that we have to face, like allowing participation from one region, you allow quotas for a special autonomy in the part. So this is already details, but the main and most efficient tools that we have up to date are these two.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope my microphone is open. Thank you very much. To restate some important principles, you have been adding some important elements. Indeed, we are never at stage 0, and we are always somehow reacting, but I think prevention is a long-term policy. So we are accumulating knowledge to enable us to set up long-term policies and this is important. You are underlying, nevertheless, and I would add the wake of COVID into it, that when there are economical crises and moments of crisis, these policies might be at risk. And I would say that COVID has been showing us this. Therefore, even more important to have permanent prevention policies so that we are not only reacting in the wake of very specific moments, but there are some solid policies that with the time becomes more solid and included basically in the daily work. You said something I think very important, and I would translate it like that. Integration is a two-way street. And you have given the example that the language is important and the access to education, but we should teach to the whole population about the importance of not only welcoming, but acknowledging among them as citizens the presence of other ethnic, religious groups. So integration is a two-way street, is an effort of the population at large and an effort of the minorities. And it doesn't mean that you are losing your identity. It's a living together in a peaceful and coexistence of diversities of identities, languages, etc. And as a kind of general conclusion for these panels, and to accompany you in the work you are going to continue doing, I would say that what has been said is it's very important to know what we are talking about, namely how many people are there, from which origin, who are the famous minorities we are talking about, and what are they, how are they living, where are they? So this famous database that Your Excellency were talking about is one of the elementary bases. And in too many places, we don't have that yet. So let's do it. Then you have been insisting also, and we all insist on that, on the establishment of several legal frameworks, or the adoption and the implementation of existing international and national frameworks. And something very important, and I think that in all the national committees that I know of prevention, they are developing action plans, very concrete, that basically strengthen and implement the existing legal frameworks, always with participatory means. One key issue is that minorities shall be involved in the design and the implementation of these action plans that should be systematically developed in any modern society, because we are all living in diversity. We need national action plans, and we need a kind of national committee that would convene all the actors who are active in the field of minority education, etc., to be there and to talk regularly together, to accumulate a capital of knowledge and capacity to react timely. You have been also underlining something very important in the education. It's from the early age, in the very first classes, in the very first moments, that kids will learn how nice it is to live with other children coming from other culture, speaking other languages. And this begins there. Therefore, any national committee on prevention of hate speech, incitement, discrimination, integration of minorities needs to have a communication policy, strong, sound communication policy. We need positive communication on minorities, and not only communication on minorities when some single persons in the society have been doing wrong, therefore are reacting to hate speech or to very conflicting actions. And having a massive systematic communication on the richness of diversity and on this two-way street integration is something extremely important. Last but not least, and I insist on this national level on purpose, because I believe we all have in our foreign policies a lot of extremely good ideas that Ambassador Martin Frick was recalling, and there are many international conventions out there, etc. But what about if in Europe, each of us would have a permanent prevention mechanism that would entail the work on minorities, that would entail systematic work on preventing violence in all its form, hate speech, incitement, discrimination, that are actually heavily weakening our democracies. And with these words of encouragement, basically, because as I said at the beginning, this is one of most beautiful challenge of major democracies in action, is this capacity to manage constructively the diversity of human beings in our nation and worldwide. So I hand it over to the organizer, and I thank you very much to have had the occasion to facilitate this high-level panel. Ambassador, colleagues, representative of member states, I thank you very much, and I wish you a good continuation of your work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador and Mo, for your contributions. And now we will end this session, and you see in the chat when the next session begins. Thank you very much for all your contributions. Thank you.
Merci à vous. Merci à tout le monde.
Thank you.
Hello, Neil. That's great. Thank you.
How can I tell if I can hear myself?
Yeah, we can hear and see you fine.
There's an arrow next to it.
Which is that?
Do you see? Yeah.
This, yeah.
Right where your mouse is. Yeah. Audio settings. The last one. And you just remove this chat box. You can hear yourself.
It's fine.
That's you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Karina, could you please check your microphone for us, please? Thank you.
Hello, testing.
Perfect, thank you. Yeah,
Okay.
video is good, thank you.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, that's working perfectly. Thank you very much. We'll start on time at 11:30.
Hi, Neil. This is Jonathan. Just checking that you can hear me. Hello?
Well, Jonathan, I can tell you we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, well, I'm glad you can, Fernand. And if you can, I'll trust that everyone can.
It should be the case. Nice to see you, Jonathan.
Likewise, and congratulations on pulling this all together.
Thank you very much. Looking forward to meeting you.
I wish it was in person after all these years, but it's better online than not at all.
Absolutely. It will be in person next year.
Inshallah.
Let's be optimistic. Let's be optimistic.
Absolutely.
So just make sure that this is on top so you can see the hands raised. Okay. And if you want to see multiple screens at once, you can switch view format. Yeah, you're fine. Okay.
Thank you everyone for joining this next session. Neil Clark from Minority Rights Group, could you please begin the session? Thank you.
Okay, good morning. Welcome back from the break to the first thematic session of the European Regional Forum on Conflict Prevention and the Protection of the Human Rights of Minorities. This is our first thematic session on the substantive root causes of contemporary conflicts involving minorities. My name is Neil Clark. I am the head of legal programs and EU advocacy for Minority Rights Group. And I'll start by introducing the panel we have with us for this morning's session. First of all, we have Jonathan Cohen, Executive Director of Conciliation Resources. Then we have Karina Avedissian, a Fellow of the Royal Society of Arts, and Natalia Mirimanova, Senior Political Advisor at the OSCE, High Commissioner on National Minorities. Before we start with the presentations, I will run through some of the guidance for this session and how we will participate together. Firstly, just to ensure that everyone is aware that this session is live streamed on YouTube. You should be able to receive the link to this in the chat forum. A recording of this session will also be kept on the forum website. Again, a link should be available in the chat option and in the instructions you would have received when you got your email about participation in this forum. This forum will be translated and there's interpretation in 4 languages: English, French, Russian, and Romani. To access interpretation, if you look towards the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, you will have an option for interpretation. Please select the language in which you would like to receive the forum. And one thing we advise is that when you have the opportunity to speak, to ensure the interpretation is set in the language you are also speaking in. We encourage participants to share their statements and their presentations today on social media using the hashtag #MinorityForum and #ForumEurope. Before we start, I need to just read out some of the procedures regarding UN standards and procedures which are relevant to today's session. So first of all, there is the reminder to adhere to the topic under each theme. So participants of the Regional Forum are reminded to contribute constructively to the discussions along the themes addressed in the programme of work of the Regional Forum. Please note that all interventions and statements under each theme of the Regional Forum should be relevant to that particular theme. It is preferred that speakers are not interrupted, so we ask that you make sure your statements relate to the topics under discussion. It is encouraged that all participants provide concrete recommendations on how to tackle the issues under the theme you are making your statement. We count on the cooperation of all participants to that end. In order to attain fruitful and meaningless exchanges, we expect that all participants show respect for others' views and invite all participants to exercise decorum, avoid abusive or disrespectful language or derogatory and inflammatory remarks. Respect UN core values and principles and uphold UN standards when referring to countries and territories. Participants are also requested to refrain from posting or displaying material that is offensive, obscene, and hateful, that promotes or encourages violence, or that does not uphold UN standards regarding countries or territories. In the event that these rules are repeatedly or seriously broken, participants may be removed from the meeting at the discretion of the organizers. All participants are also reminded that any act of intimidation or reprisal against individuals and groups who have participated in this regional forum or who cooperate or have cooperated with the United Nations, its representatives and mechanisms in the field of human rights is unacceptable. States are urged to prevent and ensure adequate protection against such acts. Now, in terms of the process for today, we will start with a presentation of each of the panelists. These will last 10 minutes. I would remind participants, while many of you would have come with pre-planned statements, this is a forum and we encourage open dialogue with the panelists. So please pay attention to what our panelists have to say. And if you have the opportunity to link your statement with a question or a response to what our panelists have provided in their presentations, that will help us move forward with a very constructive discussion today. When you wish to make your own statements, you need to raise your hands. So again, if you look to the bottom right-hand side of the Zoom screen, you will see there is an option called reactions. If here you click raise your hands, you will then join a speakers list. And once the panelists have finished with their presentations, I will move to this list and we will work in the order in which you raised your hands. Everybody will be given the opportunity to speak at least once. We ask that you ensure that your statements are no longer than 2 minutes. Once you reach the 2 minutes mark, unfortunately, I will have to interrupt you and ask you to bring your statement to an end. If everybody who wishes to have spoken has spoken by the end of the session and we still have time remaining, we may open the floor to a second round of statements and questions, in particular those which engage in dialogue with our panelists today. You can also submit your statement in writing. You can do this via the chat option or the email address which is provided to you in the guidance before the session started. Okay. All right, so that's enough of the logistics for this session, and we'll now start to move towards the content. So, as I'm sure will be evident from the testimony of our many participants today, minority issues lie at the heart of many of Europe's conflicts. Yet minority rights are often marginalized in peace processes and approaches to conflict prevention programs. Understanding the warning signs provided by minority rights violations could prevent future conflicts. In Europe, in particular, the separation along ethnic, religious, and linguistic lines has often been used as a means of creating peace, but has led in many cases to the entrenchment of old wounds and continued marginalization of minorities in the long term. Currently, such systems either do not have minority rights at the center or are not consistently applied. Within this context, our first discussion this morning will look at substantive root causes of contemporary conflicts involving minorities. Without further ado, I will move to our panelists. And just to remind our panelists that each of you will have 10 minutes. At the end of that time, I will give you an indication that it's time to wrap up and close. But of course, at the end of the session, there'll be a chance for you to respond to the intervention by participants and add any further comments. So with that, I will move to our first panelist, who is Jonathan Cohen, Executive Director of Conciliation Resources.
Thank you very much, Neil, and thank you to the organisers for today's event. It's a pleasure to be here. And what I'd like to do is start off by sharing 3 propositions that influence the way in which the root causes of contemporary conflicts involving minorities play out. And then I'll suggest 3 areas for further work by way of recommendations. So first off, I'd like to start by positioning an understanding of contemporary conflicts involving minorities in wider political and conflict trends, because I think these very much inform the atmospherics in which conflict prevention and the protection of the rights of minorities are situated. We know that globally violent conflict has been on an upward curve over the past decade. We also know that across Europe, we're seeing democratic backsliding, more polarized public discourse involving the growth of hate speech, often on social media, but not only there, and involving what we can see as culture wars. At the same time, refugee flows are linked into discourses around minorities and experiences of persecution. And we also see a rise of populism and nationalist movements, suggesting that not all is well with majorities that often feel vulnerable. We're seeing societies pulled in different directions. On the one hand, becoming more cosmopolitan and global, and on the other hand, becoming more insular and resistant to perceived external influences. seeking to bolster traditions and national identity. This presents different challenges, two of which are relevant to our discussion today and to the vulnerabilities experienced by minorities. Firstly, a challenge to international rights and standards, which are often presented as a new form of colonialism. In the European context, this suggests that we still struggle with developing an inclusive vision of what it means to be a citizen. And secondly, as already noted today, we live in an era of multiple identities in which our societies are increasingly diverse. Yet there remains a tendency to label and to other people, to impose identities rather than create the space for people to enjoy the right to free self-identification and to live with multiple affiliations. A second proposition I'd like to suggest is that the idea of an overarching framework in which minority-majority relations can be embedded, both to diffuse tensions and to respect difference, has been weakened. We see this in relation to a weakening of supranational identities such as the European Union, as well as within individual states. Certainly it's the experience within the United Kingdom where I live, but we can see it in other contexts across Europe as well. The challenge of minority-majority relations in Europe is not limited to countries that experience the intense conflicts of the 1990s between majorities and minorities in context of new or restored statehood. But the fact that these states have not delivered on the aspirations of either majorities or minorities leads to an edgy and fragile environment within which minorities live. The question we need to ask is, what does it take for diversity to be seen as an asset and not a threat? The third proposition is from the vantage point of looking back 30 years to the breakup of the Soviet Union and Yugoslavia, processes that spawned a great number of the majority-minority conflicts I just mentioned. They also led to a profound commitment to conflict prevention. One fantastic example of that, I think, is the mechanism such as the High Commissioner on National Minorities, and we were pleased to hear from the High Commissioner this morning. The fact, however, that messages of early warning and conflict prevention need to be repeated and reinvigorated today demonstrates how hard it is to challenge the way that power and privilege is exercised in societies, leading to discrimination and persecution of minorities. So what are the ways forward? Well, I'd like to suggest three. A first one is the need to grapple with nationalist narratives and dealing with the past. One of the challenges to creating societies that can move forward not encumbered by violent conflict and discrimination against minorities is that conflict is often sustained by disputed interpretations of the past. These can be exclusive narratives that perpetuate hostility and bolster the enemy image over generations. Reconciliation between groups and within societies is therefore about contested discourse and competed versions of how to deal with pain and how to deal with the challenge of making societies function. This is not a soft or easy option. We have to accept that reconciliation is a choice, and not everyone can make this choice. But we need to see it as a means to disrupt negative patterns of behavior in order to transform broken relationships and create a basis for future security, accepting that there will be difficult dialogues at the heart of reconciliation. This is one component of a wider strategy to prevent, resolve, and transform violent conflicts, and to ensure that minorities have a place imbued with dignity and respect in renewed post-conflict social contracts. A second way forward is in regard to inclusion. And obviously, inclusion has become a bit of a jargon term and a catch-all phrase, but it shouldn't disguise from the fact that there is a very profound meaning to inclusion. The 2018 UN and World Bank report Pathways to Peace asserts that addressing inequalities and exclusion and making institutions more inclusive are key to preventing violent conflict. Our challenge is, how do we strengthen this consensus? How do we better understand what it means in practice to install inclusion as a central component of conflict prevention? Inclusion is not a one-off remedy or a single moment, nor can it be about symbolism. It needs to be a process of embedding meaningful change in our thinking about the nature of power and how it is exercised in our societies. At Conciliation Resources, we have found that employing a gender analysis of conflict is critical to deconstruct the way in which power operates in our societies. Likewise, ensuring that analysis is driven by the experience and insight of the people who live the conflicts is fundamental. Inclusion requires investment in different moments and processes, from political level agreements to efforts by wider society to create a broader social contract. And this must encompass different perspectives about the value of inclusion, looking at long-term poverty reduction and a commitment to equality. And fundamentally, it is about giving voice to excluded groups, to minorities, but it's both about the quality and the quantity of this inclusion. And then my third and final recommendation and way forward is to think about what engagement through dialogue means. At the heart of managing diversity has to be a commitment to engagement through dialogue. Dialogue is an essential part of addressing conflict and building peace. One challenge is that Europe still needs to reflect on how to find more effective ways to engage in dialogue with marginalized communities and with non-recognized entities. How to use such engagement as a means to break down barriers. Ordinary people are often left adrift by the failure to engage, and communities become entrenched in their own fears. Engagement through dialogue has to be invested in as a way to break down stereotypes and barriers. There is also a generational dimension to engagement through dialogue. Young people need to be at the heart of this, as articulated by the path-breaking UN study, The Missing Piece, the independent progress study on youth peace and security. We have to find ways to give primacy to the voices of young people, which serves to remind us that a vital area in managing diversity and addressing the root causes of conflict is in education and opportunity. This is the space where issues of equality, identity, and the concepts of nationhood and citizenship have to be properly navigated and shaped. In conclusion, we're faced with many dilemmas, that's for sure. One that I would like to end on is that dialogue as a core component of addressing violent conflict requires patience and commitment, and this is not always popular. We have to accept that managing minority-majority relationships is not easy, and it needs time, long-term investment, and a spirit of generosity. These, sadly, are commodities in short supply in the practice of international relations today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Just a reminder to everybody who wishes to speak today that if you do the raised hands function, you can already put yourself on the list for speakers. So please do so. Okay, so our next speaker is Karina Avedissian, a Fellow of the Royal Society of Arts.
Thank you very much, and thanks to everyone here for the opportunity to speak. The overall context of this forum and its concept note point to several measures that can address the main roots of conflict around minorities. These measures enjoy broad global consensus, in particular the inclusion of minorities in state institutions, attending to minority groups' grievances, and overall protection of their human rights through rule of law. There are several problems, however, with the way these are framed, and I'll expand on that in my talk, using the Armenian community as an example and with a sort of broad discussion of remedies. First, an overemphasis on concepts such as inclusivity and tolerance without changing systems, organizational structures, policies, practices, so that power is redistributed and shared equally and equitably is simply not effective. Second, attending to minority groups' grievances is a good step, but not when it takes attention away from the most effective way to inhibit the development of conflict around minorities, which is holding perpetrators of oppression and violence accountable. Finally, protecting human rights may be one of the main tools to avoid situations of, quote, rebellion against tyranny and oppression. But this language, again, obfuscates and decenters the responsibility of power, especially state power. In short, robust mechanisms of dealing with the past and accountability for institutionalized hatred, xenophobia, and escalation of violence against minorities must be a clear goal. The root cause of conflicts around minorities is often very simple. It is economic, political, and cultural self-interest of power, usually state power. And in pursuing these interests, state power produces racist ideas about ethnic groups, thereby racializing them, a dynamic observed repeatedly since European colonialism. And we cannot talk about minorities and conflict without addressing the racial hierarchies which are constructed and then filled in with negative qualities that justify oppressive policies and physical violence against them. These are not neutral categories. They were never meant to be neutral. They're meant to mutually enforce the relationship between racist ideas and the power to enact racial violence on an institutional level. This is at the root of conflict around minorities, and this is where accountability must begin. Making impunity for enacting racialized policies impossible or at the very least more difficult will deter states from feeling emboldened to escalate to violence. The assertion in this forum's concept note that most conflicts around minorities are born out of intrastate rather than interstate disputes is also overly simplistic and disregards the actual complex reality that racialized minority dynamics are often inextricably tied to borders, where intrastate violence feeds into interstate and proxy wars, which then feed back into intrastate violence against minorities in a mutually reinforcing dynamic. Turkey's foreign policy in Syria, for example, is directly tied to Turkey's own Kurdish minority and efforts to prevent the recognition of a Kurdish state. Turkey's aggressive actions towards Greece and its support of Azerbaijan during the 2020 war against Armenians similarly demonstrates that its internal oppressive policies against minorities, which historically include genocide, and its external policies mutually reinforce and inform one another. It is in this way that the racialized minority dynamic also exists on the international level. Turkey and Azerbaijan, who used to have significantly sized indigenous Armenian populations and now do not only because of war, but because of genocide and pogroms, now pursue coercive foreign policies against much smaller Armenia, populated with descendants of their own minorities, Armenian minorities, who were expelled. And their officials continue today to engage in hate speech, threatening the remaining Armenians at home and abroad. One cannot be separated from the other. Continued impunity for state institutionalized racism in Turkey and Azerbaijan cannot be separated from the tandem's planned execution of a full-scale war against ethnic Armenians in 2020. The conduct of the war reflects this institutionalized hatred of Armenians. It wasn't just a military confrontation. Documented crimes during the war include willful killing, torture, mutilation, and inhuman treatment of Armenian civilians and military personnel, attacks on medical facilities and personnel, and deliberate destruction of cultural and religious heritage. The very documentation of these facts is due in large part to Azerbaijani military personnel who voluntarily and proudly uploaded evidence to social media themselves, as official Baku has long institutionalized xenophobia, Armenophobia, and the gruesome murder of Armenians. While these well-documented facts could be seen as the failure of addressing roots of conflict, I doubt that more inclusion of Armenians into institutions would have prevented this. Even under Soviet rule, when Armenians were fully integrated into Azerbaijani state institutions, pogroms against Armenians still took place. Ottoman Armenians similarly held high positions and were still subject to genocide. So the psychological language of international bodies kind of creeps into these supposed solutions. States and state institutions are treated as though they should act better toward an often racialized other, where racism and discrimination is implied to be a bad practice that can be changed through learning more tolerant attitudes and behavior, rather than acknowledging that sometimes racism is built into the foundations of these institutions by design. Genocide perpetrator states like Turkey, who deny their actions as genocide, let alone offering reparations and restitution, are incapable of ensuring human rights. Azerbaijan's well-documented and continued state institutionalized Armenophobia, its encroachment on Armenia's sovereign territory, intimidating civilian residents of Armenian villages, including the murder of by an Azerbaijani sniper just 3 days ago of a 55-year-old Armenian farmer named Arap Depnats while working his field, illegally holding captives and hostages from the 2020 war, torturing them to death, and opening a hateful military trophies park in Baku, of genocide, and should not simply inspire calls for more inclusion of Armenians into state institutions. It should instead make self-determination and remedial secession more easily attainable solutions for Armenians and other similarly positioned minorities to survive culturally intact. Despite the crimes of the illiberal regimes of Ankara and Baku in the 2020 war, they continue to trade with the West and project their agendas across Western capitals. Azerbaijani President Aliyev, in particular, employs caviar diplomacy to silence European politicians and hires PR companies to whitewash Azerbaijan's appalling human rights record. This again gets at the core issue, the impunity of perpetrators because they have not been held accountable. To protect the rights of minorities effectively, policies must also deal with corrupt practices transnationally. And key financial centers must take steps necessary to tackle corporate secrecy and push beneficial ownership transparency to the top of the global anti-corruption agenda, so that regimes that brutalize minorities cannot bribe their way out of liability and hide. This will make it easier for the international community to hold perpetrator states accountable for institutionalized hatred and violence against minorities and deter other states from feeling emboldened to do the same. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Karina. Just to note some of the comments in the chat, there are no points of order as part of the procedure at the regional forum. However, you will be given the opportunity in the intervention section to make any statements or objections that you have. Okay, so I will now move to the next speaker for this session, who is Natalia Mirimanova, the Senior Political Advisor to the OSCE High Commissioner on National Minorities.
Thank you very much. I need to, a disclaimer here, I need to say that I will be double-hatted here because on the one hand, I will be, of course, referring to the practice and experience of the High Commission on National Minorities, but also to my experience prior to working for HCNM for 25 years in Europe, Eurasia with violent conflicts. So I will make sure to stress when I'm speaking in my expert capacity. So let me start directly with recommendations and explanation, because my colleagues covered quite explicitly some of the key areas that I would like to touch. First of all, Europe, broadly defined, political Europe, including the Organization for Cooperation and Security in Europe and Council of Europe, has a robust legal framework and international agreements and laws and conventions that, in theory, ideally protect national minorities and ensure good interethnic relations. However, we know that the reality is quite different. Individual human rights and collective minority rights might be enshrined in constitutions or legislation of individual states, but neglected or violated in reality. Minorities might have nominal quotas in the public bodies or given a degree of autonomy in the matters that state perceives as non-threatening, such as non-threatening to national security, such as culture and language. But even this is not an easy task. We have great norms, but we lack great processes. In the absence of inclusive processes that empower national minority individuals and groups to take active part in national decision-making and engage in participatory nation building, I call it, these measures of secluding, in fact, national minorities, building ethnic villages and creating this rather folkloric environment for national minorities to exist, with an understanding that they will not create troubles and problems, right? They actually further exclusion, even if a bit more comfortable. So in this regard, consultative mechanisms that give voice to various strata of the population, including national minorities, dialogue at different levels and in different spheres and domains such as security, education, environment, facilitation of interaction and exchange between youth professionals, women, and other groups of all origins, right, is a necessary supplement to the pursuit of human rights. Such approach transforms static and rather rigid, hence fragile political systems to adaptive and ever-evolving dynamic societies. And this is probably a crucial role that it is a never-ending task, because situations evolve and contexts evolve that require adjustment and changes in the status of certain national minorities, or in the legal framework that addresses issues of national minorities. Just to give you the most obvious example of climate change in certain areas of Eurasia and Central Asia, for example, that affects precisely the areas where national minorities reside, and they might in the future require particular, let's say, economic conditions for continuing their economic life. So processes, dialogue, and constant adaptation and flexibility is a necessary condition for human rights not to remain a nice book somewhere on the shelf, but to be practiced and implemented on a daily basis. So this is my recommendation number one, to include and encourage and empower national minority to partake in national policy making, and not only to deal with issues pertinent to their little national minority issues such as language or cultural festivals. So recommendation number two, it concerns the past, and Jonathan has already explicitly stated that the past continues to divide. And that's a sad reality of the 21st century Europe, where World War II memories and World War II history is becoming a factor in a daily geopolitical struggle and in a daily internal struggle for democracy, right? So creation and reinvigoration or invigoration of processes of healing and reconciliation that addresses past intergroup violence and state oppression against national minorities, promote genuine dialogue and alternative forms of justice, including symbolic, is very important. It is worrisome that in certain states, independent research on history of the World War II is equated to extremism. This is unacceptable for the 21st century Europe. On the contrary, open and critical thinking is absolutely necessary in the spheres of research and analysis. Furthermore, dialogue between historians across countries would actually help facilitate, not resolve, as we know in the case of Turkey and Armenia, sadly, and Belarus and Poland, but at least, you know, it could be an important component of reconciliation based on discovering of truth, right? And although this is not an act of justice in itself, but it's an important foundation for reconciling with the past. So manipulation of memories and manipulation of history of the past makes certain national minorities particularly vulnerable and hostage to this geopolitical debate. We spoke about the situation around Nagorno-Karabakh, and I would just like to highlight the difference between the first war and the second war. In our memories, and Jonathan probably would join me in that, in the early 90s, Armenians and Azeris, many of them, they kept asking themselves, how could this happen? How could this happen that we lived side by side and things were fine? And same questions actually were asked by Bosniaks and Serbs and Croats in what was Yugoslavia before. How could this happen to us? 25 years or nearly 30 years later, this question wasn't there because a new history was created on both sides. And it was like a computer game, forgive me for this parallel, that signified complete dehumanization on both sides, complete dehumanization of the other. This is what history, or rather historiography, how history is written, can do to national minorities and to interethnic relations. So we need to be aware of this danger. A comprehensive approach to dealing with the past that comprises various strategies, including criminal proceedings, rigorous research and analysis, public apology, and forgiveness acts and processes, inclusive revision and adaptation of history textbooks and history research, and dialogue warrant against collective stigma, restore trust in society and state, and prevent old unprocessed grievances from leading to new conflicts. And my third recommendation concerns, how would I say, stigmatization and securitization of national minorities. Jonathan has already touched upon that. In policies, legislation, and public discourse, abolish framing issues of interethnic relations and relations between minorities and state as a security matter, right? Take every measure to combat stigmatization of ethnic or religious groups as security threat and promote inclusive security. There is sufficient evidence that unresolved conflicts, persistent grievances of identity groups, and selective justice are fertile soil for radicalization. And this is what we see on behalf of national majority and national minorities as well. Examples of the war in Syria and foreign terrorist fighters, so-called, from Europe that joined this fight, provide very interesting insights into how people get radicalized and supportive of the utmost radical and extremist indeed ideas. Interestingly, that those Kosovo Albanians, for example, who left in the first wave of foreign fighters that went not to fight on behalf of ISIS, but to fight against Bashar Assad, were driven by the sense of injustice and support for people who found themselves in the situation of utmost oppression. And many of these departing foreign fighters happen to be the children of the war in the early 90s, and some of them have had their fathers executed before their eyes and so on. So we see how this unprocessed grievance makes people seek ways to revenge in the most violent and horrible ways. So we need to be aware of that. Stigmatization of certain ethnic or religious groups as more prone to violent extremism than others is empirically wrong, legally flawed, and pragmatically counterproductive. Furthermore, externally imposed label of extremism or separatism might lead to radicalization within target groups. In some instances, security forces exacerbate collective grievances of national minorities by arbitrary, targeted brutality and denial of justice. Kurds in Turkey or in Iraq is one of the examples of how oppression leads to radicalization, and it leads to more violence and leads to oppression and sort of totalitarianism or authoritarian rule within national minorities themselves, which is a vicious circle here. This nurtures the sense of victimhood among the public and fosters ethnic outbidding in politics. What we've seen in former Yugoslavia, right? And continue to see today, sadly, in the heart of Europe, which is to the benefit of populists and nationalists. And what is very important, that feeling besieged, people tend to vote partisan, even if they understand that the course of nationalist elites is to the detriment of peace and democracy. And this is the phenomenon that we observe today in some countries in Central and Eastern Europe. As a result, moderates on all sides are weakened and marginalized, which negatively affects prospects for constructive and non-violent resolution of conflicts. This is what we've seen with Jonathan in various conflict areas, how difficult it is for any moderate force on behalf of national minority or on behalf of majority to engage in dialogue with the other side and not to be seen as a traitor, right? So we need to be aware of that, how this undermines any constructive and moderate discourse in conflict situations. Now, inclusive security and well-governed security sector are some of the areas where national minorities should play a bigger role. We talk about mainstreaming gender, but we rarely talk about mainstreaming ethnic diversity, for example, in security sector or law enforcement sector. Okay, genuinely integrative processes in the area of interethnic relations would, in the long run, address the stigmatization, marginalization, and securitization of certain ethnic groups. The Ljubljana guidelines on integration of diverse society by High Commissioner of National Minorities lend themselves as a good foundation for policy making in this regard. The HCNM has already developed valuable resources such as the recommendations on policing in multi-ethnic societies and draft recommendations on access to justice and national minorities. To conclude, I also would like to draw everyone's attention to the very important and unfortunately still very relevant recommendations on national minorities in interstate relations that were issued by High Commissioner on National Minorities in June 2008, a couple of months before the actually first clear situation when national minorities became an apple of discord, if I may say, between two states, and the interstate military conflict took place in Europe. And I refer to the Russian-Georgian War. And then later in 2014, we saw how pretext of the protection of Russian minority in Crimea led to the military annexation of Crimea from Ukraine. And just to understand how unfounded these claims by the Russian political elite were, just to give you an example, that in 2014 in Crimea, there were 600 Russian schools and 6 Ukrainian schools. So we need to be very attentive to how national minorities can become hostage to geopolitical interests and economic competition on the European continent. With this, I will conclude. And in conclusion, I would like to refer everyone to a robust set of recommendations by the High Commissioner of National Minorities that you can find on the website. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Natalia, and thank you to all of our panelists. So now we will move to the interactive dialogue. And just a reminder to everybody, if you wish to speak in the dialogue, you need to raise your hand. To do this, again, if you look towards the bottom of your Zoom screen, you will see a tab saying reactions. If you click on reactions, there is the option to raise your hand. At present, we only have 10 people raising their hand. I'm pretty sure there's many more of you wishing to speak. So please do this, and this will continue to roll throughout the interactive dialogue session. Again, just to remind a few points about this process, the idea is that this is a dialogue. So I realize that many of you would have prepared your statements in advance, but again, do consider and reflect on the presentations by our panelists. And if you can link your recommendations or your points in any way to their presentations, it will enable us to have more of a dialogue at the end and develop more clear and substantive recommendations together. Similarly, I will ask our panelists to please pay note to the recommendations coming from our participants, and we can build on this in our discussion at the end. Again, to emphasize that you will have 2 minutes for your statement. At the end of that 2 minutes, if you're still speaking, I will interrupt and ask you to wrap up your intervention in 1 sentence, please. So what I advise is that while all of you are preparing to make your statement, just have a final concluding line underlined in case you need to move to that quite quickly. Okay, thank you. So now we will move to the first statement of the interactive dialogue, which is from Azerbaijan, Shahriar Hajiev.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for giving me the floor. First of all, let me underline that as a multi-ethnic and multicultural country, the Republic of Azerbaijan attaches a great importance to the protection of the rights of national minorities. Our country traditionally has a multicultural and multi-confessional society. Different ethnic minorities and religions coexist in harmony throughout centuries in the country, against the backdrop of rising cases of Islamophobia, in particular in the Central European countries. Referring to the above mentioned, we would like to state that it's regretful that the organizers of this important event have not chosen the inclusive and representative way of formulating the list of experts for this very important event, rather opted for specific individuals that pursue ethnic hatred against Azerbaijan and its people. This can be seen simply from the social media posts of that individual participating at this panel. The organizers of the event should take into account the fact that by inviting such an individual, they create a platform for them which can be abused to present revisionist claims that do not serve for peace-building processes in our region, as we have witnessed today. Mr. Moderator, it will be beneficial for the organizers to be more inclusive in the selection of experts by engaging broadly with states in the region, including our country, for presenting different perspectives and sharing good practices. Inviting an expert, so-called an expert, that promotes the Armenian narrative and falsification in our presentation, the country which is a monethnic state at the expense of forcefully expelling 250,000 Azerbaijanis and other nationalities from its territory, would not serve making meaningful contribution to this regional forum. This regional forum should not be a place for advocating some political agendas and mislead the participants by disinformation. We reserve our right to intervene if the case would occur. We will also provide recommendation to the forum. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we move on to the next speaker. And can I ask all the speakers that before you start your intervention, please introduce yourself and the organization you present, or if you're representing yourself as an individual. Okay, so the next speaker is Alexei Semyonov. Alexei, are you available?
Да, я здесь. Благодарю вас. Я использую свое право говорить по-русски, потому что в Эстонии, хотя русский составляет 30% населения, это все-таки до сих пор не считается официальным языком. Что ж, я буду говорить на официальном языке этого форума. Я хотел бы выступить, поддержать, во-первых, наших уважаемых докладчиков, и Джонатана Коэна, и Наталью Амираманову, вот, потому что они высказали действительно ключевые вещи, которые являются важными причинами конфликтов с участием меньшинств или отсутствием таких конфликтов. На мой взгляд, это все можно суммировать к двум вещам. Это диалог и участие в принятии решений. Диалог – это, конечно, первый слой, первый шаг для того, чтобы избежать конфликта. Пока мы не озвучиваем причины конфликта, не озвучиваем свои интересы, мы не можем надеяться на то, что эти интересы будут учитываться. Для этого нужны форумы для диалогов, должны какие-то быть механизмы для диалогов. Такие механизмы пытались разрабатывать, насколько я помню, в 90-х годах, и я в этом смысле принимал участие какое-то в миссиях Верховного комиссара ОБСЕ мистера Ван дер Стула. Там же мы познакомились с Джонатаном Коэном, и я очень рад, что он высказал достаточно идей, которые были и зародились именно тогда. Значит, диалог и участие в принятии решений. Участие в принятии решений – это тоже очень важный момент. И здесь не только речь идет о том, что меньшинства должны принимать участие в принятии решений по вопросам, которые их прямо касаются. Это как бы само собой разумеющаяся вещь. Гораздо важнее, что меньшинства должны быть вовлечены в национальную повестку дня. И здесь я еще раз хочу согласиться с выступающими, которые делали эти предложения. Это если меньшинства будут работать только на себя, на те интересы, которые их непосредственно касаются в данном конкретном государстве, это ведет к некоторой изоляции и в сущности к такой, ну, если не социальной, то уж как минимум политической маргинализации этих меньшинств. И третий момент, где они точно должны принимать участие в принятии решений, это контакты с так называемым Kin State. Для нас здесь, в Эстонии, это особенно интересно, потому что эстонские меньшинства – это русские, русскоговорящие, заканчиваю, или украинцы. И с этими меньшинствами, с этими государствами как раз контакты у Эстонии очень плохие, и меньшинства могли бы внести свой вклад. Спасибо.
Okay, thank you very much. It seemed that our first speaker dropped, but has now returned. So I will move to B. Rovero of ANC.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Barbara Roviro, and I speak on behalf of the Catalan National Assembly, a grassroots organization defending the right to self-determination of the Catalan people. The respect for human rights and minorities, especially those related to linguistic and cultural rights, effective participation, and the respect for civil and political rights are paramount for conflict prevention. The lack of consideration towards this can bring to political conflict. This is the case right now of Spanish authorities, who during the last decade have been carrying out a policy of recentralization of powers, benefiting the central administration and harming the capacity for self-governance and the so-called autonomous communities, on many occasions by a politicized use of the Constitutional Court. As so, very often in the past, the Catalan national minority is seeing its culture and language attacked and discriminated against once again. Since October 1st, 2017, Catalan democratic self-determination referendum, Spanish authorities have also launched a wave of repression against peaceful Catalan activists and representatives for defending the civil and political rights of the Catalan national minority. Over 3,300 peaceful Catalan activists and representatives have been politically persecuted by the Spanish authorities, creating a chilling effect on the exercise of freedom of expression, assembly, and the right to political participation. This alarming situation has been denounced by the Council of Europe, the UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention, and international NGOs such as Amnesty International. It was also denounced in March 2020 in a report of the UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, Mr. Fernand de Varenne, who alerted of an increase in hate speech, vilification, vandalism, physical threats, and even assaults against members of the Catalan minority, as well as allegations that these complaints are not investigated, thus increasing intolerance of Spanish nationalism. For all these reasons, the Catalan National Assembly calls on UN authorities to take measures to make sure that Spanish authorities stop their political persecution against Catalan political representatives and activists, respect the fundamental rights of the Catalan minority, and engage in a real political negotiation to solve this political conflict. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we move on to the next intervention, which is M. Kamachi, Arik of ABTTF. I think, Dilek.
Yeah, thank you, Neil. Discriminatory practices and hateful messages serve to stigmatize and vilify those perceived to be the other and the foreigner and the one who does not belong. And most of those targeted by these messages are national minorities in Europe today. And as we noted in our letter sent to the UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues in September, we are the communities in Western Thrace in Greece and the Greek community in Istanbul, Imbros and Tenedos in Turkey that are excluded from the population exchange agreement, population exchange between the two countries, and they become national minorities in these two countries. And in our previous letters that we sent to the UN, we raised problems regarding the non-recognition of the collective ethnic identity, freedom of association, and freedom of religion. And unfortunately, the bill for all the political crisis between the two countries was for us, the minorities. And we see and leave the positive developments on behalf of the Greeks of Istanbul, but the political repression and the discriminatory policies against us persist in our country. And any issue concerning the Turkish community has a potential to escalate to an issue of bilateral relations between Greece and Turkey due to the fact that the Turkish community is treated as a threat to national security and public order due to the misperception and prejudices against the Turkish community as Trojan horses of Turkey inside Greece. And that's why hate speech in politics is part of structural and this systematic discrimination against the Turkish community. And during a period of deteriorating bilateral relations between Turkey and Greece, a military unit affiliated to the 4th Corps in Kısanti carried out a military exercise and training on the streets of a Turkish village in Kısanti. Therefore, we ask Greece and all the states to continue support minorities in both countries on the basis of friendly relations, and any concern raised by the kin state should not be an issue of sovereignty. Yeah. And we must not forget that manifestation of racism and intolerance in the form of discrimination against persons belonging to national minorities threatens the security of individuals and societies with the potential to wider scale conflict. Thank you, Neil.
Okay, thank you very much. So I will move to the next speaker, but I would again ask that before you start your intervention, could you also introduce your name and your organization? Because on the screen, I only have your name. So you may start the intervention without us knowing who you are speaking on behalf of. So with that, I will move to the next speaker on the list, which is Olga Avramenko.
Thank you very much. My organization, Anti-Discrimination Center Memorial, carried out documentation of the interethnic conflict in Kazakhstan in 2020 when anti-Dungan pogroms occurred. As well as we participated in the international advocacy in cooperation with local activists. Analyzing the grounds of the conflict, we must say that the authorities of Kazakhstan are trying to maintain the country's reputation as a happy family where different peoples peacefully coexist, while the problem of racism and discrimination is being denied. At the same time, the concept of equality of all ethnic minorities, their rights, in comparison with the ethnic majority, is ignored. The state obligation of positive measures for the integration and inclusion of ethnic minorities is also denied, while this duty is applied to the ethnic minorities only themselves. Such misconception can easily turn into a nationalistic narrative and further lead to hate crimes, ethnic profiling in courts, etc. This wrong understanding leads to other false ideas. For example, there are poor opportunities for school education on minority languages in Kazakhstan, as well as to even study the native Dungan language at school. At the same time, some public figures accused Dungans in their poor competence in the state Kazakh language and even named this as the reason for the pogroms. It can be expected that with such wrong understanding of the causes of the conflict, the situation of the Dungan language in Kazakhstan will become even worse. We saw that the anti-Dungan pogroms found very little attention from international community. Independent observers were not allowed to the site, so the victims of the conflict had to rely on themselves. In these circumstances, the involvement of international bodies is of particular importance. Therefore, I would like to recommend more active and rapid use of international mechanisms within the UN, OSCE, and other structures at all stages of the conflict. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay, so now we will move to the next speaker, which is Tigran Zakarian of Armenia. You need to unmute. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, dear colleagues. My name is Tigran Zakarian. I'm speaking on behalf of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Armenia. I have to make this intervention to react to the baseless accusations made by the representative of Azerbaijan against my country, which are totally misleading and distorting. So hiding behind the facet of multicultural country, what Azerbaijan represents is just a case of a country where Armenophobia lies in the heart of their policy against Armenians. Racial discrimination manifested in state-sponsored dissemination of hatred against Armenians is among the main policy lines of the Republic of Azerbaijan, and this has been reflected in the report of international monitoring bodies, such as UN Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination and the European Commission Against Racism and Intolerance. So according to this report also, Armenians have been subjected to various manifestations of racism and racial discrimination by Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan has forcibly expelled hundreds of thousands of Armenians living in Azerbaijan and has prevented their return. One of the panelists has already reflected all the grave violations of international humanitarian law and human rights by Azerbaijan, not only during the recent war, but also during previous years. So, and in this line, I would like to reflect also to the points by the panelists in saying that it is unacceptable to put equal signs between parties to certain conflicts, because this often encourages the real perpetrators to continue their racial policy against certain groups based on racial, ethnic, national.
Can I ask you to conclude, please? Thank you.
Yes. So this is what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so now we will move to the next speaker, who is V. Kalanchuk of Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Dear distinguished delegates and distinguished speakers, I am pleased to represent today the State Service of Ukraine for Ethnic Affairs and Freedom of Conscience, and we would like to highlight the importance of paying attention to historical experience of minorities cohabitation, especially to historical traumas, to provide proper communication and to prevent politicization of minorities issues and fight disinformation. The structure of Ukrainian society, coupled with the long history of peaceful coexistence of minority groups, give no grounds for serious interethnic tensions, and the recent 30 years have proved that. A huge challenge for us is presented by disinformation campaigns and external interference. The most recent example is that last week, the Security Service of Ukraine prevented a terrorist attack prepared by the person recruited by the Russian Special Services, who had to arson a foreign diplomatic building and damage a historical monument in Ukraine's Zakarpattia region, which could lead to interethnic and interstate distrust. While there is no ground for interethnic conflict in Ukraine, Russia continues to frame interstate war as Ukraine's internal issue, produces fake news regarding the situation with minorities in Ukraine, transmitting disinformation and blocking access of any, including the UN Human Rights Monitoring Mission, to the temporarily occupied territory of the Crimean Peninsula and certain regions of Donetsk and Lugansk. The latest report of the UN Secretary General regarding the situation of human rights in the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol highlights violations of minority rights by the Russian occupational administration. The first deputy head of the Majlis of the Crimean Tatar people, Narman Jalal, as well as 100 of other ethnic Ukrainians and Crimean Tatars, are illegally accused and deprived of freedom in the temporarily occupied territory of Ukraine. Instrumentalization of minorities' issues in the lawfare and attempts to legitimize warfare, referring to the protection of minorities, do not benefit minority groups and endanger the whole international community. Our common challenge in conflict prevention at early stages
Can I ask you to conclude, please?
Yeah, thank you. Is to differentiate between interethnic tension and externally orchestrated campaigns aimed at undermining the unity of the society. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. So we move to the next speaker, who is Kalmar Ferenc of Hungary. Kalmar, are you with us? Okay. In this case, I will move to the next speaker. And if Kalmar,
I'm here.
Hello. Okay, good to see you.
I'm
Please.
here.
Go.
You see me and do you hear me?
I see you and hear you perfectly.
And okay, thank you very much. So the panelists, first of all, my name is Ferenc Kalmar, and I am Ministerial Commissioner at the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade in Budapest. So the panelists talked about, said about documents in Europe which are regulating the protection of national minorities. I think that everybody referred to the Framework Convention for the Protection of National Minorities, which is the basic document. And the problem with these documents is that these are so-called compulsory but not enforceable. So I think that in Europe we need some to formulate some basic principles which should be legally binding. It is not possible to work out in detail regulations because the situation is different from country to country. But to formulate basic principles, I think it is possible. And I will send you by email our proposition regarding these basic principles. Other issue, the question of reconciliation. I think that the main issue here is the question of history teaching. This is very important, how they teach history in every country, because if it is impossible to ask for the same evaluation of a certain historical event. But if a teacher could tell the pupils the evaluation of every participant to a certain event, I think that this could be a step forward. The question of inclusion without collective rights, and this is quite general, unfortunately, means assimilation. This is absolutely clear, and to go towards an inclusive society means also or requires a very strong dialogue between kin state and the host state. So this is also very important in managing diversity. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, so now to our next speaker, who is Nicholas Uzanoglu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you allow me to open the video?
Please.
Yes, but it's denying.
Can our TLI team help with our speaker?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Nikolaos Uzunoglu, President of the Ecumenical Federation of Constantinopolitans. That is the all-world representation of the expatriated Greek Orthodox community of Istanbul. Mr. Chairman, minority rights can only be effective if it apprehends those states which violated human rights in the past on a massive scale and oblige them to provide essential remedies towards the victim communities. If the consequences of mass-scale violation of the past are not subject to remedy and reparation measures, the whole system of human rights protection remains a vague, fuzzy, and non-effective concept. Let me state the rhetoric question. What is the meaning of respecting minority rights if a minority doesn't exist? The above-mentioned statements are precisely valid in the case of the Greek Orthodox minority of Istanbul, which was under the protection of the International Lausanne Treaty of 1923, and moreover of the European Convention of Human Rights, which the Republic of Turkey endorsed as early as 1954. However, contrary to this protection, throughout the period 1923-2003, our minority faced massive scale violation of its human rights, as we have reported several times in the past. The most severe result of this violation was the complete population depletion of the Greek Orthodox community living in Istanbul. From 125,000 in the 1950s, today is only 1,000 persons. As Federation, we have been raising the fundamental issue with the authorities of Republic of Turkey. The only effective remedy measure is the support of repatriation to Istanbul, members of young generation, which will prevent the complete extinction of our minority. While we have submitted specific proposal to the authorities of Republic of Turkey, the response have been limited. So, recommendation, we invite the
Can I ask you to conclude, please?
of Republic of Turkey to expedite their responses, and also United Nations to take into account their United Nations General Assembly Resolution 60-147 in a central position in the human rights context. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so I move rapidly to our next speaker, who is Ulfat. Ulfat, are you able to speak to us? Okay, then I will move to the next speaker on the list, who is Olena Berejna. Olena.
Добрый день. Я являюсь директором Украинской правозащитной организации Институт правовой политики и социальной защиты имени Ирины Бережной. Я выражаю благодарность за столь своевременный форум, который вы организовали, и начну сразу с рекомендаций. прошу в общую резолюцию по итогам проведения форума включить обязательства для государства Украины выполнить рекомендации Венецианской комиссии от 11 декабря 2017 года об изменении норм дискриминационного закона Украины об образовании и от 9 декабря 2019 года по закону о государственном языке. Внести изменения в принятый закон о коренных народах Украины, а также направить подготовленный законопроект о национальных меньшинствах экспертам Венецианской комиссии. К сожалению, за последние годы в Украине всех представителей национальных меньшинств власть системно дискриминирует, особенно русских и русскоязычных граждан, превращая их в изгоев в своей собственной стране. Это при том, что русские и русскоязычные граждане Украины являются государственно образующей нацией и большинством в стране. Как указано в заключении Венецианской комиссии, по последней переписи в Украине 29,6% граждан считают своим родным языком русский. Однако русский язык, согласно нашего законодательства, ликвидирован из всех сфер деятельности. У нас людей избивают, когда они поют песни на русском языке. Всех зрителей, которые приходят на концерты российских или русскоязычных певцов, пропускают через так называемый коридор позора, где людей унижают, оскорбляют и даже применяют к ним насилие. Власть это поощряет, так как лично президент Украины Зеленский официально заявил: всем, кто любит русский язык, рекомендую покинуть страну и переехать в Россию. Вы можете себе представить, что в любой европейской стране президент заявляет, что если вы любите английский язык, уезжайте в Великобританию. В июне этого года, без всяких правовых оснований, указом президента Украины, через введенные санкции был закрыт Российский центр науки и культуры, где детки русских и русскоязычных граждан могли бесплатно обучаться русскому языку и проводить сугубо культурные мероприятия. А перед этим руководителя этого центра, праворадикалы, я заканчиваю, прилюдно облили туалетными помоями. И власти это приветствуют, а виновные не наказаны, их считают героями. Если в магазине, в ресторане, в лечебном заведении с клиентом разговаривает на русском языке, сразу националист, узнав об этом, инициирует скандал, оскорбление, требование уволить таких работников со всех должностей. И всех таких сотрудников увольняют.
Прежде всего, позвольте мне выразить свою признательность и благодарность за
Thank you very much. So now I would like to, if they are available, try to give the floor again to Ulfat. I am not sure if Ulfat is with us. Okay, so I would just like to give a head up to our panelists. With the remaining interventions, I can give you each 2 to 3 minutes for concluding remarks, and perhaps in that case, I would suggest you each focus on a key recommendation which has emerged from the dialogue today. Okay, so the next speaker on our list is Di Babayev, who is an individual.
Здравствуйте. Меня зовут Ульфат Мамадшоева. Я правозащитник и независимый журналист. Я представляю памирские народы, к которым и сама отношусь. Памирские народы – это те народы, которые живут в Таджикистане, в Горно-Бадахшанской автономной области, которые имеют собственные языки. Это 7 языковых групп, языков. Изгулемский, Рушанский, Шугнанский, Ваханский, Рынский. То есть они разговаривают на многих языках. В чем причина? Это один из самых протестных регионов в Таджикистане. И протесты возникают очень часто, с периодичностью до 2-3 лет. И часто они превращаются в вооруженный конфликт между структурами властей и между гражданским обществом на Памире. Конфликт возник в 2012 году, когда активно помогал очень сильно ОБСЕ. И, кстати, после этого конфликта они хотели открыть представительство ОБСЕ на Памире в городе Хароге, но им не дали разрешения власти. В 2012 году был вооруженный конфликт, в 2014 я была участницей, членом совместной комиссии по решению этого конфликта. В 2016 2018, 2020 и 2021 году. Конфликты возникают очень часто. Почему? Потому что я думаю, что причина в том, что есть несовершенство законодательной системы в Таджикистане. Есть языки, древнейшие языки, они мировые, которые не изучаются, которые не дают изучать в школах. Нет телевидения на этих языках, нет СМИ. Кстати, СМИ запрещены регистрировать в Горном Бадахшане на Памире по причине того, что это очень протестный регион. И поэтому очень часто возникают проблемы. И все время там находится армия, и которая создает, это туристический регион, который создает проблему и для туристов. Спасибо за внимание.
Okay, thank you very much. I will now move to the next speaker, who I think I introduced preemptively, which is Dee Babayev.
Прежде всего, позвольте мне выразить свою признательность и благодарность за шанс участия в данном форуме. Я Давид Бабаев, независимый эксперт, политолог по вопросам политических вопросов. Данное обращение выражает мою позицию касательно проблем, с которыми сталкивается национальное меньшинство, а в частности представители езидской общины. Езиды находятся под угрозой исчезновения как этнос, поэтому им нужно пристальное внимание и помощь. Если поделить езидов по регионам, странам и их проживания, то мы заметим разницу угрозы их исчезновения. В Сирии и Ираке их убивают и гонят с родных земель. Если рассматриваем Южный Кавказ и постсоветское пространство в целом, то там они под угрозой ассимиляции. Также проблема состоит в консервативности, маргинализации взглядов езидской общины. Следовательно, сегодня я хочу ознакомить вас с рядом рекомендаций, которые бы смогли бы решить вышеперечисленные проблемы. Первое. Ужесточить контроль или ликвидировать финансирование организаций, которые разжигают ненависть и ксенофобию по отношению к национальным меньшинствам. Второе. Маргинализованные и отвергнутые обществом езидские ЛГБТ-активисты не только подвергаются социальному остракизму.
I'm so sorry to interject. Sign language interpreters cannot understand the interpretation being provided at the moment.
Okay, so we seem to have an issue with the interpretation. Can I just ask my colleague if we can halt his intervention for now? We will try to resolve the issue, but you will get the chance to return to the floor momentarily. Is that okay? Okay, thank you. So now we will move to the next speaker, who is Osman Balic of the Euron Center. Osman, are you with us? Mute, you need to unmute.
Palikerav Sariengi so kerde akaya konferencija memagav te penav kai siemen latentno garavdo konflikti ki Evropa so žal upre Roma. Ko Balkani si ekstremno bilači situacija. Dujto, buci ekstremističke grupe po Balkani, govasi paradržavne organizacije, so keren jek konstantno presija upre Roma. Govasi jek garavdi činjenica, garavdo fakti. Siemen jek državno terori uprer Roma, Roma našti ko Balkani, ki Evropa te keren političke partije, gova keren puvja države kaj najkonsolidovane demokratije.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Siemen jek baro
I'm sorry to
problemi.
interrupt again. I am now hearing two different interpretations happening
Siemen
simultaneously.
Yes, we are hearing two translations. We will go with it for this
Po
intervention.
Balkani siemen paradržavne.
I'm unable to interpret this as well.
Paradržavne grupe save konstantno keren presija uprer Roma. Emsima jek propozali govasi o intenziteto taro anticiganizmu.
We have to close the intervention. Unfortunately, there seems to be an issue with the simultaneous
posebno konferencija vašo bez...
We will try to return the floor to you later, and if you send us a written record of your intervention, it will be recorded in the forum. So now I'll move to the next intervention. I'm afraid I have to do this because we're running short on time. The next statement is by Oz Moeva of the Cultural Center.
В первую очередь благодарю за данную мне возможность участия в форуме. Меня зовут Оксана Смоева. Я представляю культурный центр езидов Кавказа при поддержке информационного сайта Yazidis.info. Наша организация работает в области защиты прав и свобод культурного наследия езидской общины в странах ее проживания. Страны Южного Кавказа являются многонациональными государствами, созидающими демократическими институтами. Однако успехи государств в деле поддержки этнических меньшинств, в частности езидской общины, очень незначительны. Езидская община Кавказа и не только, езидская община, которая проживает на территории Южного Кавказа, подвергается широко распространенной бытовой дискриминации, скрытой и завуалированными формами дискриминации и ксенофобии. Все эти факторы приводят к конфликтам, и, как мы знаем, все начинающие конфликты грозят приобрести насильственный характер. Помимо всего этого, ограниченным остается участие езидов во всех областях общественной жизни страны проживания. Особенно недостаточно езидов, представленных в представительных органах, в сфере науки, спорта и культуры. Следовательно, исходя из вышеперечисленного, у нас есть ряд рекомендаций. А именно, прилагать реальные усилия по созданию в стране действенных антидискриминационных механизмов, которые направлены на противодействие завуалированных форм дискриминации в регионе Кавказа. Устранить компоненты внутренней политики, которые активно поощряют этническую и религиозную ксенофобию и нетерпимость, которые усиливаются также из-за асимметричного отношения титульной нации к разным этническим меньшинствам, а в частности к езидам. Рекомендуем определенным структурам, следующим следящим за этикетом СМИ по аппарату народного защитника, соответствующим парламентским комитетам, осуществлять ежегодные мониторинги с целью выявления использования в печатных и электронных СМИ враждебных, оскорбительных и ксенофобских высказываний на этнической почве. Также под эгидой экспертов ООН и Совета Европы проводить периодические семинары, лекции для наиболее маргинализованных езидских семей по вопросам прав женщин. Также наши более подробные письменные рекомендации переданы организаторам форума. Спасибо за внимание и за данное предоставленное мне слово. Спасибо.
Thank you very much. So just, I think everyone has picked up, there seems to be an issue with the translation at present. I apologize for this. The technical team is working on it. We only have about 10 minutes of the session left, so I will give the floor to the remaining speakers. I'm afraid this may be without interpretation, but I want to give everybody the opportunity to speak, and then we will move to some closing comments. So now I'll give the floor to R. Alagiovsky of North Macedonia.
Hello to everyone. Thank you for letting me participate in this forum. I'm representing the government of North Macedonia when I'm the coordinator for the One Society concept and interculturalism. And actually this national strategy, 3 years national strategy, was our response to the lack of intercultural dialogue and to advancing also the minority issues in our country. So what we regarded as crucial is how to address the structure inequality of our citizens, of our members to the so-called communities. This is the constitutional terms that we are using. And because of that, we said that we have to have an active measures, because without active measures, without an action plan and strategy, all these institutions that were created or that have their core mission to advance the community status and equality are actually sleeping. So that with this strategy, we adopted a series of...
If you could include, please. Thank you.
A series of measures that went into different areas. So one of the recommendations would be to also very much insist on this multi-level governance, because the structure inequality goes not only to the cultural rights, not only to the level of education, but also admission to jobs, and also admission to high-profile jobs, and of course combating the hate speech and giving more opportunities.
Okay, I'm sorry, I have to ask you to close now because we're very short on time, but thank you for your intervention.
Thank you.
Okay, so now I'll give the next statement to Tunde Toth. Tunde, are you with us? I know you've been waiting a long time. Okay, then we will move on. So the next person...
Благодарю за возможность. Меня зовут Тунде Тот. Я представитель венгерского национального меньшинства, проживающего в Украине. Юрист Венгерского института Закарпаття имени Ференца II. Я живу в Украине, много раз замечаю в своей деятельности повседневной жизни, что общение со стороны государства просто не происходит. Представители венгерского меньшинства на Закарпатье в последние годы проводят монологи, получая при этом лишение прав от государства. В области образования, социальных возможностей, культуры, средств массовой информации. 10 лет назад ситуация была более позитивной. Нынешнее языковое законодательство и нововведения в области образования привели к огромному лишению прав венгерских и других меньшинств. Необходимо внести поправки в закон об образовании и расширить список коренных граждан. Це очень важно. Отменить зловещий закон о языке, который урезает права всех меньшинств на территории Украины. Также я рекомендую продолжать общение, и чтобы украинское руководство изменило свое отношение, чтобы политическая элита была способна к компромиссу. Поскольку тенденция лишения прав последних лет представляет страну в Европе не как прогрессивное государство в области прав человека, а как страну, какая лишает граждан свободы выбора. Моя последняя мысль заключается в том, что и та нормативная база, какая защищает представителей меньшинств и принятия на территории Украины, не реализовывается. Спасибо. Благодарю.
Okay, thank you very much. So now I will move the floor to Genevieve Sotirova. Genevieve.
Hello, are you hear me?
We can hear you, Genevieve.
Okay, thank you, because I'm part from this big forum. I'm present Roma community in my country. I'm from this community. So in my country, you have a strong anti-Gypsyism in national media, and some Bulgarian politics, they use the hate speech against my community. Also, we have problem about access to the education, to the healthcare, to the access to the justice systems, and etc. And finally, I want to explain some short example from my life. Before 3 years, I lost my father and my aunt because we have not access to the healthcare systems. I'm apart from the many Roma women who have a problem with this. And we have discriminated in all area from the all sectors in Bulgarian society. So we have a strategy from European community, but in fact in Bulgaria, in small cities, this is still don't work and still don't change. And my question is why? Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much, Genevieva. Okay, so I did promise we would give the floor back to Dee Babayev. I'm afraid I can only give you 1 minute to conclude the statement you started earlier, after which we will revert to our panelists for concluding statements.
Я постараюсь помедленнее говорить для переводчика, так что я продолжу, пожалуйста. Так, я остановился на пересечении рекомендаций. Первое. Ужесточить контроль или ликвидировать финансирование организаций, которые разжигают ненависть и ксенофобию по отношению к нацменьшинствам и к сексуальным меньшинствам в частности. Маргинализованные и отвергнутые обществом языческие ЛГБТ-активисты не только подвергаются социальному остракизму, с ними и правозащитному сообществу обращаются как с правозащитниками второго сорта. Третье. Создать группу мониторинга, которая будет следить за политическими организациями, пытающихся ассимилировать нацменьшинства, в частности езидов.
All right, I'm afraid we have to finish there. Thank you very much for your statement. Again, as I said, all of those who unfortunately had your statements interrupted due to the interpretation, if you send these in writing, they will be included in the record of the forum and in the recommendations, and I apologize for any difficulties and disappointments you may have had in making your statement. It's a very important moment for everybody. Anyway, to conclude, I will move to some final statements from our panelists, and I will start off with Jonathan.
Thank you, Neil, and thank you, everyone. There's not really much one can say by way of conclusion to encompass everything that's been said. I suppose what I would say is that what we've seen from all of the presentations, or not all, but many of the presentations, many of the inputs today, is the consequence of marginalization, the experience that minorities have that demonstrate how brutal conflict can be. And we've seen the deep feelings that are experienced and how polarized perceptions become in situations of conflict. And this is sadly the reality of conflict, and there are no comfortable answers. And our challenge is how to create the spaces to listen and to be heard, and to turn it into a constructive dialogue and away from polemic. And I think what we're seeing today is that we still struggle with that. It's finding constructive ways forward, navigating justice, navigating peace is not an easy challenge. And so thank you for everyone for your heartfelt and important statements. It's a reminder to me of the grave difficulty we have in promoting and protecting the rights of minorities and facilitating constructive relations between minorities and majorities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jonathan. And I will move to Karena.
Yeah, thank you. I'll keep my concluding remarks brief and limit them to my 3 recommendations, which I'll just kind of encapsulate here. So the first is the development of more robust international policies geared towards the protection of vulnerable populations from the risk of genocide and other atrocities. Second, sanctioning states that incite hatred on an institutional level. And third, allowing the Financial Action Task Force, the intergovernmental body, to move beyond standard setting and require all countries to introduce measures that would make financial crime investigations more efficient and effective and sanction countries that fail to comply. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And last but not least, to Natalia.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you to all speakers. You can feel and sense how much concern, pain, and worry is there. But I was also glad to hear about some positive examples, like in North Macedonia. I would like to briefly touch upon 2 topics that keep coming up, and one is the language. Unfortunately, in the situations of extreme tensions and conflicts, language becomes a political marker and political signifier. And this is clearly the case in Ukraine. This is also the case in Belarus, by the way, where speaking in Belarusian and using historical Belarusian anthem or flag is now equated by the leading by the leader with extremism and rehabilitation of Nazism. So we need to be very aware of these unfortunate consequences for different languages when they become a part of a political struggle. And secondly, my point is about the balance between collective rights of national minorities and individual right to choose their identity and to choose their national minority. And we also need to be aware of the so-called tyranny of national belonging when a person is sort of ascribed to his or her national group and doesn't have a choice to have other identities that might supersede the identity of ethnic origin. And here, one last example of Serbs in besieged Sarajevo. There is a legend when you hear everywhere in Sarajevo that Karadzic, before closing the circle around the city, gave ethnic Serbs 24 hours to leave and therefore to escape. And then many stayed. And in my view, it is an example of other identities, equally important, and solidarity with other people, which I think is a great example, often forgotten. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Natalia. I see we still have two hands raised from the floor. One is Osman, who unfortunately your intervention was interrupted earlier with the interpretation, and we have Hussein Daurov. I've been informed that you will be given space to make your interventions in the next session after lunch. So you will also receive a direct message from the organizers about that as well. But we now have to move on because we all have a right to lunch. So I would like to thank all of our panelists. I would like to thank all of you who have given interventions. And again, on behalf of Minority Rights Group, I would like to thank Tom Lantosh, Fernand and the OHCHR for allowing us to participate in this very important event. Thank you, take care and enjoy your lunch.
Hello, Elizabeth. If you are there, please, could you check your video and microphone?
Hello, I'm here.
Hello, perfect. Loud and clear, thank you. So we'll be starting on time, and I'll just check with the other panelists that their technical
Okay.
things are in place. Thank you.
Okay. Do you see me fine? I mean, it's not too dark or something.
No, your lighting looks good.
Okay.
Thank you.
I changed my name because Szalai Sándor Erzsébet, but in the Hungarian version, it's quite hard to pronounce. So my name is now Elizabeth Sándor Szalai, which is the English version of my.
Yes, yeah, I understand.
Okay.
You kindly assisted to that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm here.
Nurcan, hello, I can see your camera's on.
I can't see myself. Probably it's related to the settings.
Yeah, because we have a screen share and things on it. It settings up slightly, but I can see you clearly and I can hear you okay as well.
Fine.
And good. So, I mean, we have 20 minutes, so feel free to turn your microphone and videos off and just relax for a little while. And Budko, please, if you're there, if you can just test it.
I'm here, Sean.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I can see you clearly and hear. So we have 20 minutes, so we have time for you to relax before we start, but everything is in place. Thank you very much.
Sean, may I have a question?
Of course.
An idea came to me. What if I close somehow the possibility to raise hands 5 minutes before the end of our session? Would that be unpolite or?
No, I think that can be a good way to manage. And of course, if there are hands that are left, if the list is too long.
Yeah, well, sure. I will tell them that they have the possibility to write their comments or recommendations or whatever in the chat box.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that would be useful. Okay, thank you all.
So, Sean, it is supposed that then after that we will send you the points that we have heard about, or we need to send it to you quickly. Any comment we've got about the meeting, or it's not needed?
If you have any additional recommendations to add based on what you hear from interventions, then by all means, yes, they'd be welcome.
Okay.
But it's not necessary. If
Perfect. Okay. I read it about that. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Francesco. Could we please check your microphone and video before we begin, please?
Hi, Sean. Hi.
Hello. Hi.
Audio is fine, and video, well, except for my face. There we go. Do you see me?
Yeah, that's all perfect.
I don't see myself, but yeah.
I think we're in a screen share mode, so that might
there's little I can do for my face, but as for the rest, it's fine. Good.
Rest is perfect. Thank you.
I'm the first speaker, right?
Yes.
After the introduction, or yeah. So Elizabeth is starting, right?
Yeah, we'll start on time, and Elizabeth will.
And it's 10 minutes.
Hi, Francesco.
Hello. I don't
Hi.
see anybody, but hi.
Okay.
Hi, Elizabeth. Hi.
Hi, hi, Francesco. Nice to
Good
see
to
you.
see you.
Yeah.
Are you in your office?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, I
Good.
am.
Hi.
I got your presentation. Hi, Urko.
I hope it makes some sense.
Of course, it does.
Well, it is certainly familiar because this is more or less the stuff we discuss in the committee. So, yeah,
True.
Not a big surprise. Hi, Urko. Hi.
Hi, Francisco. How you doing?
Hi, Urko.
Good. Everything is fine. Looking forward to the panel. Hey, Fernand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bonjour, Francesco, Elizabeth.
Great to see you.
Urko.
Hi.
How is
Hi,
everyone?
All fine.
Good, good, good. We have an extremely distinguished panel today.
You said you had, right, in the morning.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Good morning, good afternoon, and the face is great, Francesco. Hello, Nurkan.
Hello.
Nice to see
Hi.
you.
Hello,
Hi.
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 Hey.
So Irina will not join us. Her presentation is pre-recorded, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We follow the order, right? So it's
Yep.
you introducing and then it's me.
Yep.
Okay. I hope it was helpful that I shared my PowerPoint with you. I don't know.
Yes. Thank you.
Have you got it
How
right?
to use
Or-
it, yes.
Are we okay? Now we are monitored by the interpreters. So is that right?
Thank you. Thank you in advance.
Yeah. You can't speak as an interpreter is not a good sign.
Muted. But thank you.
Thank you, and I'll try to be slow and clear. And
At the beginning, I have to.
you translate also into sign language.
Yes.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And if we want to hear her, what do we do? I didn't manage to listen to the translators in the previous session.
So Nurcan, there is a button at the bottom of your screen that says interpretation. It should be there. You click that and select the English channel, and then you'll be able to hear everything.
So we'll see. Can we test that? Elizabeth, when you speak.
Sorry, yes, I will read out for the whole audience and for all participants, all the technical details. And there will be also instruction how to use the translation button. So if it's okay with you. What was your question? Sorry. Hi.
But we are already online, right?
Yeah, so
okay.
we are able to start. We're at 2:00, so please, you may begin. Thank you, moderator.
Dear colleagues, dear participants, panel members, allow me to welcome you in the second thematic session of the Regional Forum which is entitled Normative Framework, the Human Rights of Minorities and Conflict Prevention. My name is Elizabeth Sándor-Szalai. I'm professor for international and European law, and I also serve my second term as the ombudsperson responsible for the protection of the rights of the national minorities living in Hungary. As I will be the moderator for this panel, I would like to give you a brief overview of how the operation of the panel is planned and what are the rules that I will be in charge of enforcing. But first, let me introduce our experts in this panel. First of all, Francesco Palermo, professor of comparative public law at the University of Verona and director of the Institute for Comparative Federalism, the so-called EURAC Research Center in Bolzano, Bozen. Nurcan Kaya, who is specializing especially in human rights. She's a human rights lawyer, especially specialized in minority rights, equality, anti-discrimination remedies. So hello, Nurcan. Then Urko Ayarza Azurza, who is a senior advisor at the European Institute of Peace, and he's acting as a lawyer for different human rights groups, such as, for example, the Observatory of Linguistic Rights, as well as various Basque community grassroots groups. You can find more details about the CVs of our distinguished panelists and experts among the conference materials that you have been provided with. Please do not forget that the session is being live streamed on YouTube, and the link will be posted in the chat function in a minute. Sean will do that. The session is also being recorded and will be available on the organizer's website on www.minorityforum.info, together with the final set of recommendations following the regional forum. Please also note that simultaneous interpretation is available in English, French, Russian, and Romani. The interpretation button is located at the bottom of the Zoom screen. If you need this function, please select the language you want to hear and speak in. You can find more technical details about interpretation in the quick reference Zoom guide that you should have received together with the conference materials. I would also kindly remind all our participants to speak slowly and clearly, if possible, to help our interpreters. I would like, going further with the technical details, to encourage all participants to promote your participation in the event on social media by using official hashtags of the regional forum, #MinorityForum, #MinorityForumEurope. As regards the rules of making contributions, it is very important that you should remain on the relevant topic and to respect the UN values and principles when referring to countries and territories. Participants of the regional forum are reminded to contribute constructively to the discussions along the themes addressed in the program of work of the regional forum. Please note that all interventions and statements under each theme, our second session now, should be relevant to that theme which we have now. It is preferred that speakers are not interrupted, so we ask you to make sure that your statements relate to the topics in discussion. It is encouraged that all participants provide concrete recommendations on how to tackle the issues of our session. We count on the cooperation of all participants to that end. In order to attain fruitful and meaningful exchanges, we expect that all participants show respect for others' views and invite all participants to exercise decorum, avoid abusive or disrespectful language, or derogatory and inflammatory remarks, respect UN core values and principles, and uphold UN standards when referring to countries and territories. Participants are also requested to refrain from posting or displaying material that is offensive, obscene, and hateful, that promotes or encourages violence, or that does not uphold UN standards regarding countries and territories. In the event that these rules are repeatedly and or seriously broken, participants may be removed from the meeting at the discretion of the organizers. All participants are also reminded that any act of intimidation or reprisal against individuals or groups who have participated in this regional forum or who cooperate or have cooperated with the United Nations, its representatives and mechanisms in the field of human rights is unacceptable. States are urged to prevent and ensure adequate protection against such acts. This was a text which organizers asked us as moderators to read out to all participants. I have some more technical details to say, and then I will give the floor to our speakers. As regards the process for this, for our thematic session, it will be as follows. We will start with presentations of about 10 minutes from each of experts. This will be followed by interventions from participants. And to make a statement, you must use the raise hand function in the Zoom platform. This can be found in the reactions button located at the bottom of the Zoom window. Your interventions will be limited to 2 minutes. The speakers will be taken in the order that their hands are raised. Although it has been strongly encouraged that recommendations are submitted in advance of the regional forum by email, recommendations can also be submitted during the regional forum by submitting them via the Zoom chat function. The chat function is also open to all participants to engage in dialogue throughout the regional forum. Please note that as the moderator of this panel, I will be the one to give the floor to the speakers. Please acknowledge that no exception will be made regarding some rules, which are: participants are required to remain muted while their camera disabled at all times during the meeting, except when taking the floor. Only a speaker who has been given the floor is allowed to speak. In a single round of intervention, each participant will have only one opportunity to speak. Further comments by the contributors who have already been given the floor may be entered in the chat box. In the event there is time left, then a second round of interventions can begin, we will see. And please note that I should also allow time at the end of the session to revert back to the experts for some final comments. After all this technical information, I think it is time to commence our discussion on the merits of our thematic session. As referred to in the concept note of this regional forum, when minorities are subject to violence, discrimination, or hate speech, such mistreatment can be understood as a failure to protect their human rights and considered a denial of their ethnic, national, religious, or linguistic identities. The normative framework, which includes international and regional human rights law, provides a powerful tool to objectively analyze and propose solutions. Now, I give the floor to Mr. Francesco Palermo. Please share your thoughts with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you all for having me in this panel. Let me start by, no, I cannot share my screen, right? So maybe I see that I can't. I had a PowerPoint in case the organizers can upload it. Otherwise, it can be distributed
Mr.
later
Palermo,
on.
it's
Yes.
now open for you to share.
Thank you.
You should be able to share it now.
Yes.
So I think this is better than seeing my face, and I guess my 10 minutes can start from now. So thank you again. And the normative framework is, of course, a very complex story. I'll try to be, super schematic and brief. The point of departure is, of course, that there is no question that the normative framework is the baseline, is the most important thing to start develop a system for protection of minority rights. There has been a strong struggle for putting a normative framework in place in the 1990s. And that went as far as to lead some people speak of an internationalization of constitutional law and constitutionalization of international law, meaning that there has been a strong mutual influence between the domestic legal system and the international dimension in implementing a meaningful legal framework. The fact is that once the basic normative framework was put in place in most of the European countries, well, elsewhere the case is still different, but this is another chapter. The challenge then became the implementation of the normative framework, which looked good on paper in most cases, but showed some big problems in the implementation. And over the last decade, so in the current stage, what we are seeing is that there is a new stage of sort of restrictive legislation, especially in the fields of language and education, which has the practical effect of undermining and limiting some basic rights of persons belonging to minorities. Because sometimes the normative framework is seen in a formalistic way. Even some international documents make a distinction which I don't find particularly helpful between a provision in law and a provision in practice, as if the two things were something different. So what is needed? Well, laws on national minority rights are, of course, an essential component of the whole toolbox, which aims at achieving something broader than just the rights of minorities, which is the promotion and the effectiveness of diversity in a diverse society. So the first point is for a society to acknowledge its diversity. And this is sometimes not reflected in the legal framework. The effects of the lack of this acknowledgement of the diversity which is imbued in society can be sometimes negative when the laws end up creating obstacles to individuals' freedoms to express their ethnic affiliation, or when it creates inequality in accessing human rights. Another issue is that not very often, but sometimes legislation on national minorities is drafted with a hidden agenda. For example, either to enforce separation of minority groups from the rest of society, or maybe more frequently, more or less to an explicit assimilation into the dominant culture. So minorities are rarely completely respected. They are either forced to be marginalized and in their own bubble, or forced to assimilate more or less explicitly. And both things are not okay. So in both cases, the normative framework is not used for the right purposes. When drafting and evaluating the legislative framework, and I speak now especially based on the experience of bodies such as the Advisory Committee under the Framework Convention, an experience which I had the pleasure and privilege to share with our moderator this afternoon. So in evaluating and in monitoring the legislative framework, there are actually two functions of minority rights that always need to be taken into account and sometimes are forgotten in the legislation. One is the promotion of effective equality of everyone in a society, so regardless of their ethnic affiliation. And the other one is the integration of diverse societies as a whole. not to integrate some group into the society, the mainstream society, but actually to have the whole of society to integrate. And as I said, sometimes these goals are not achieved. So what can be inferred from the international standards in these regards? Of course, there will be a number of points here to be made, but they have to be very brief. So allow me to single out just a few out of the work of bodies such as the Advisory Committee on the Framework Convention or the High Commission on National Minorities, so the most relevant bodies in the region of Europe. One thing is about definition, for example. Access to minority rights can be perhaps better guaranteed without a definition of a national minority, because actually the access to minority rights should be based on the actual existence of minorities and on the principle of free self-identification of individuals. So, for example, what about the access to minority rights for persons belonging to communities living in a minority situations that are not defined as minorities, but live in a minority situations, like persons belonging to the dominant nation, living in a minority situation in a region or in a state, or persons belonging to indigenous communities, irrespective of their recognition as minorities, etc., etc. So often definitional issues are an obstacle to the enjoyment of minority rights. But if the legislators decide to include a definition, this should at least be inclusive and non-discriminatory, so that criteria for accessing rights are clear and are not arbitrary. But very often definitions are restrictive and rights are not promoted based on the principle of self-identification. A second important point is, the very understanding of minority rights. What are minority rights there for? The more recent international standards are quite clear in clarifying that the goal is integration of societies rather than integration of groups into societies. It might sound as a theoretical distinction, but it's not. In fact, it has an immense practical relevance. And too often the normative framework aims, as I said, at either assimilate more or less subtly the minorities into the mainstream society, or at keeping them excluded from societal development. Okay, you're a minority, I acknowledge you, I recognize that you have rights, but you stay there and you don't, bother me. And so you don't have the same quality of access to the development as part of the society. But the point is that societal integration is a two-way process of mutual adaptation. So minorities cannot be seen as a problem or even as a security threat, but majorities also have to accept that their identity also changes and evolves through the contact with minorities. So the identities are not stable. And perhaps the most important thing is that legislation sometimes is drafted without a proper involvement of minorities, or at least of all minorities. And this creates an imbalance from the start. Same goes for the assessment of the laws and for their amendment. So minorities are not properly involved. And international standards are clear in saying that effective participation, so I mean effective is more important even than participation per se, is not only a minority right, but it's also a principle which guides the entire process of diversity management and applies to any field. So that's why it is very important to have truly participatory procedures in place when working on the normative framework, drafting, implementing, interpreting the laws. So to conclude, I was asked to come up with 3 recommendations. You can read them on the slide. The first is that legislation on national minorities is actually more than just a list of provisions regarding persons belonging to national minorities, because it is an instrument for the whole society to manage its diversity. And it should therefore be drafted having in mind the promotion of diversity in society as a whole, rather than the more, let's say, toleration of minorities. And very often legislation doesn't do that. The second one is make sure that the law creates a climate of mutual trust between all segments of society, and provisions aiming at too strongly separate national minorities from the rest of society or at assimilating them. They have both a negative effect, and they should be discouraged. And last is that rather than perhaps aiming at a rigid definition of a national minority, the law should focus on how persons belonging to minorities can access minority rights, how they can participate, how they can have heard their claims heard when drafting the legislation. So I have to stop because my time is up, and I hope there will be further discussion on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Francesco. To summing up and to give the floor to Nurcan, only one thought I pick up is that the integration of societies is not a one-way road, but it is a long way to go. So thank you for your presentation. And now Nurcan, the floor is yours. Sorry for having me make a mistake.
Thank you, Elizabeth. First of all, I would like to tell that it's an honor to be here with all the distinguished speakers, Mr. Varenes and all of you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here. I will share some general points on the topic, and also I'll speak about the Kurdish issue, and I will share my recommendations based on the experience of Kurds in Turkey. Protection of minority rights is quite often seen as something that can cause division or separation within the society. This is exactly the case in Turkey, and I believe in many countries. But the fact shows us the contrary. Protection of minority rights ensure unification, integration, and contribute to building peace in the society. Guaranteeing constitutional protection for minorities, ensuring their political participation, protecting their cultural rights, providing justice to the victims of human rights violations play a significant role in preventing conflicts. Pluralistic curriculum at schools, use of minority languages in the education systems, depiction of minorities in a positive way in textbooks, school activities that promote diversity, a media that is sensitive about minorities can play a role in peace building and prevention of conflict. One probably cannot show a single example in the world where, despite protection of minorities' rights, a conflict, particularly a violent conflict, has erupted. Dozens of examples show the contrary. Systematic denial of existence of some groups or discrimination against some groups, not providing opportunities for their political participation, not providing legal mechanisms and justice to remedy the violations committed against them, can lead to flaming of a violent conflict. And these conflicts can take place in the form of a mass killing committed by the states or the majority communities, or sometimes in the form of an uprising from minorities themselves. Many conflicts that had violation of minority rights at the heart could have been prevented at an early stage when they were flared up. However, in many cases, this did not occur. I regret to say that the international community has the responsibility to ensure that national governments develop legislation and mechanisms to protect minority rights, to monitor implementation of these mechanisms, and to improve its mechanisms on conflict prevention, but in practice, usually it has failed. OSCE's High Commissioner on National Minorities has been probably one of the most effective mechanisms, I must say. HCNM has, as you know, was specifically set up as a response to the ethnic tension in Eastern Europe, and it does do a lot of useful work in terms of prevention of conflict, but unfortunately, the visits and the work of the HCNM need to be invited and approved by the governments. The existing early prevention mechanisms are not adequate and not focusing on minorities. There are UN bodies that deal with conflict. However, there is no mechanism that specifically deals with minority rights and conflict prevention. Minority rights regime has been part of the international law since the World War I and setting up of the League of Nations. But unfortunately, adequate conflict prevention mechanisms have not been developed since then. So in this regard, I would like to say thank you to the Special Rapporteur for choosing this topic for the forum of this year. I also regret to argue that the international community has also been weak in monitoring human rights violations that have been committed during these armed conflicts or in taking initiatives for a peaceful solution. In most of the cases, diplomatic relations, interests of the states have prevailed over the security and the rights of minorities. And in some cases, ceasefires have received more attention than guaranteeing minorities their rights or building peace in the society or reaching a peaceful settlement. Peaceful settlements need to include effective participation of minorities and full protection of their rights. Not ensuring this brings the risk of violation of minority rights and a possible conflict in the future. It must be noted that in some cases, the large minority community has been involved in the peace process, but not the smaller groups. Here, then, I would like to talk about the Kurdish conflict in relation to the points that I have mentioned and the recommendations that I will make. There is something called Kurdish conflict in Turkey simply because the existence of Kurds has been denied for a century. Turkey was established as a nation state in 1923. The state recognized and promoted Turkish Sunni Muslim identity only. All other identities were denied or assimilated. Kurdish identity was among these. Kurds are not recognized as a minority group by Turkey, and they have not been able to exercise even the very limited minority rights that are provided in Turkey. Their distinct identity was denied for decades. They had been facing discrimination in every area of life. Their linguistic and cultural rights have been denied. Their political activities, the right to association, have been limited excessively. Turkey is party to many international treaties at the moment, but it has put reservation on all provisions that are related to minorities' rights. Therefore, in practice, international monitoring mechanisms do not adequately monitor the situation of Kurds and do not challenge these reservations. This is why I suggest that international mechanisms should be applied to all minority groups, no matter whether they are defined as minorities by the states or not. Since the establishment of the Republic, there has been many Kurdish uprisings. And here I use the word uprising just as a term. People can define them in different ways. All have been responded by the state brutally. The last and ongoing armed conflict started in 1984. Over 40,000 people have been killed. Around 4 million people have been displaced. Hundreds of people have been extrajudicially killed. Thousands have been tortured or jailed. There is no mechanism to ensure political participation of Kurds specifically. Moreover, Kurdish politicians, including elected mayors and MPs, have been jailed. I must note that the mayor of my town, Diyarbakir, where I live now, the person that I voted for is among the politicians that have been jailed. That is why I recommended an official and permanent mechanism for political participation of minorities and for ensuring dialogue between the state and the minorities is set up in all countries. Because when you don't have such systems, such mechanisms, then people can turn their face to methods that include violence. Despite all these developments over decades, I must say that there is no UN office in the southeast of Turkey, where it's mostly populated by Kurds and where it has been the scene of all these human rights violations. There is no OSCE mission either. As the international community has been weak on monitoring the minority rights of Kurds, it has been weak on monitoring and preventing the conflict too. And based on this experience too, I suggest that UN should form offices in the regions where there is a conflict or where a conflict can erupt. It should authorize and fund these offices, let people work closely with minorities and report human rights abuses against minorities. these UN offices should serve as early warning mechanisms too. A peace process took place between the state and the PKK between 2013 and 2015. And in that period, there was ceasefire, so life was better for people in Turkey, but no mechanism was set up to involve Kurds and NGOs that protect the rights of Kurdish people. And I must say that Turkish society also was not involved, and they were not prepared for a peace process either. The peace negotiations unfortunately ended in 2015, and since then also thousands of people got killed and around 500,000 people became displaced. This disarmament process in the future can certainly ensure giving an end to the killing of people, but for a long-term peaceful solution, Kurds must be involved in the peace process and their rights must be guaranteed as part of the peaceful solution. That's why I suggest that all peace processes must take place in a way to ensure inclusion of minorities and also the UN, because in the case of Turkey and the Kurdish conflict and the previous peace process, UN was not involved. And finally, I would like to add that the school system in Turkey does not include anything about Kurds. The only reference to Kurds in the history books is in the section that speaks about separatism, the separatist activities. The Kurdish language is now used as a selective language course, but it's very difficult for children to choose that class. Prejudices against Kurds are widespread, hate crimes take place from time to time, and I believe that the education system plays a role in the growing hate against Kurds. So even if there is a peaceful solution to the ongoing conflict with the current education system, with the media, I don't think that there will be an end to the conflict. Therefore, I suggest to remove negative expressions about minorities from the textbooks and use education curricula and the textbooks to promote equality and peace in the society. That's all that I will say now. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Nurcan. Thank you also for the recommendations you have given us. Thank you for the situation and the normative situation of the Kurds you have given us. And I regret to recall that normative frameworks depends very much on the political will of states, international or national frameworks. And this makes the life and the recognition of the rights of minorities in many cases a hard issue. So thank you so much for your presentation, and thank you so much for all the recommendations. Now I would like to give the floor to Urko Ayarca Azurca. Please share your thoughts with us.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, colleagues. Well, my intervention will focus basically in Western Europe. And my proposals probably are not going to be new and probably are going to be well known for many actors, but I think we need to insist on them. Well, the first idea I would like to share is that the lack of protection of national, ethnic, cultural, or linguistic minorities keeps on being at the first third of the 21st century a matter of instability and conflict at different levels at the heart of Europe and Western Europe. Members belonging to minorities see, unfortunately, how their rights continue to be neglected by state powers, and minorities are not protected enough by the European institutions. Some examples: we've seen how the opposition to the demand for a Gelje Act, an Irish language act, which will allow better protection of Irish speakers' rights in Northern Ireland, has been at the heart of the collapse of the institutions of the north of Ireland, and tensions have risen altogether with the new situation created for the region after the Brexit. In the north of the Basque Country in France, this summer, more than 40 Jews disobeyed the legislation that did not allow them to do the university entrance exams in Basque language and did the exam in Basque, and protests around the right to do these entrance exams in their mother tongue are increasing. The same is happening after the French Constitutional Court decided on the unconstitutional character of some articles of the Molac law, including those that will substantially affect the funding of the Basque schools based on an immersion system, and the severe threat that this decision supposed to minority languages and their speakers in France is, I think, of great concern. In Navarre, in Spain, we are seeing also the regional government continues discriminating against the Basque language speakers. For example, not giving any added value to the knowledge of Basque on administration exams, while giving value to other European languages like German, Italian, or English. In the North Basque of the country, again, the peasant movement occupied 14 hectares of land in protest for the speculative activities of rural areas that make farmers and local communities impossible to continue their historical way of life, agriculture, in favor of second residences. And these situations affect primarily to national or cultural minorities. And we are seeing that also happening in Corsica. And unfortunately, threats of violence have arisen. In the European Union, where free movement of trade and persons is at the heart of its formation, and where processes of legislative harmonization in areas like trade, fiscality, security, and justice have been vigorously promoted, persons belonging to minorities based on cross-border regions see how their rights modify, change, or simply vanish when they transit from one European state to another. Basque speakers in a valley can see how the right to live in the Basque language disappear when they travel a few kilometers in the same European soil while remaining in the Basque land. And we have seen how aspirations of national minorities to have another kind of relationship with central governments, including aspirations for self-determination, has been denied or rejected, repressed, and criminalized in European countries. Fortunately, recently, dialogue as an instrument to solve disputes and find solutions has been established between Spanish and Catalan institutions, for example, and we all should welcome this positive step. The second idea is that, unfortunately, the prospect does not look very encouraging. Minorities and persons belonging to minorities will be severely impacted by the new threats societies in general will face: climate change and its subsequent effects on droughts, lack or scarcity of water, rising temperatures, and seawater will have immediate impacts on minorities, as they will be affected by them and the people mobility that all those changes will bring. European areas where minorities exist can be directly affected by climate change, and in those areas not directly affected, the subsequent mobilizations of population can also enormously impact those minorities and their relationship with majority populations. We live in an era where democracies are contested by new trends of populism that are agitating all goals and promoting intransigent positions of majorities toward minorities, including ethnic, national, or linguistic ones. Subsequently, conflicts where minorities are involved are more probably to happen in the future if mechanisms and norms to make those threats less possible, or at least to deal with them, are not established. But the third idea is that, unfortunately, the European normativity regarding minorities and the rights of people belonging to minorities continue being very weak. Neither are proper instruments to prevent or solve conflicts where minorities are involved. In the case of the European Council, as always knows, with the Framework Convention and the European Charter, as has been stressed by the European Parliament in the resolution of the 15th of November, the effect of those agreements is weakened by a slow ratification process, by the reservations entered by the parties, and by a lack of powers of scrutiny, which makes them dependent on the goodwill of states, whereas the systematic non-implementation of decisions and recommendations also lead to a normalization of non-compliance with these two international instruments. I think that in that terms, this situation requires changes, and making the rights of persons belonging to minority justiciable rights, apart from the available options included in the European Convention of Human Rights, is necessary so that minorities have a normative frame where they can find safety and security. This clear framework of justiciable rights will help to prevent conflict. But unfortunately, the scenario in the EU, I think, is even worse. Although the minority rights has been a foundational value since the entry into force of the Lisbon Treaty, there is no legislation related to minority rights or international minority policy at the European Union because of the absence of competences given to the EU institutions. And the messages coming from the Commission are not really good. The Commission decided to ignore the demand of the Minority Safe Pack initiative, signed by more than 1 million people and the resolutions of the European Parliament, to launch a legislative process to protect national linguistic minorities. Like it was stressed by the European Parliament, there is a need.
Urko, sorry for a second, Urko. Would you be so kind to speak a bit slower?
Okay, slower, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. I'm very sorry with the translator, sorry. So, as the European Parliament resolution declared, there is a need for a legislative proposal on minimum standards of protection of minorities in the EU to improve the situation of persons belonging to minorities, avoiding double standards, consequences of the Copenhagen dilemma. This should crystallize in a legislative proposal for a directive with minimum standards and benchmarks and sanctions. A clear, proactive normativity will help to prevent conflicts where minorities are involved, I think. But however, steps on normativity probably are not enough. while the EU has as part of its global strategy a policy of preserving and restoring peace abroad, and subsequently the European External Action Service is actively involved in mediation support activities, and dialogue to support the EU's efforts, there is not any mechanism with the objective of early warning and preventing conflicts internally in the EU. In those cases, the black box theory of states is applied, and consequently there is a lack of response to possible internal crises or violent scenarios in many times including minorities. And this has a lack of credibility of the European institutions trying to deal or get involved in external conflicts while they are not addressing its internal ones. This policy creates double standards that make complicated a coherent and credible policy of the EU. I think that the EU should promote mechanisms for internal conflict prevention and early warning, focus among other questions on minorities, build upon the fundamental premise that violent conflicts can be prevented before they break out. For example, with a creation of a special envoy on minorities, the EU has a special envoy on human rights working abroad, but there is no any kind of a special envoy on minorities working internally, or a clarity mechanism on how to solve relations among minorities and central governments. We all know that the protection of national minorities is a very sensitive political issue, but European institutions must not turn a blind eye to the problems arising due to the non-sufficient protection of minorities. The lack of proper protection and mechanisms to prevent conflict in this area can give rise to situations that hurt the credibility of European institutions. So summarizing, my recommendations that I've been trying to put on the table are very well known. On one hand, for the European Union to establish minimum standards for minorities through a legislative proposal for a directive, as specified in the 13th of November 2018 resolution of the European Parliament. For the European Council, we need to address and solve the issue of justice over minority standards, reforming the current existing mechanisms in the European Council. And back again with the EU, I think that to promote mechanisms for internal conflict prevention and early warning, focus on minorities, build upon the fundamental premise that violent conflicts can be prevented before they break out, will be of substantial change, with the creation of a special envoy on minorities or a clarity mechanism on how to solve minority-majority relations in states among minorities and central governments. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Urko. Well, I'm keen that we will have many recommendations from our session. I think very relevant recommendations to the forum. And now, without further ado, I would give the floor, so to say, to Irina Vlach, who is a governor of the Autonomous Territorial Unit of Gagauzia, Republic of Moldova. Her presentation will be delivered it was pre-recorded. So I ask our colleagues from the organizers to start with the message. Thank you.
Законодательные нормы, нацеленные на защиту прав и свобод национальных меньшинств, очень важны. Но очень важно осознать, что законные нормы сами по себе не смогут обеспечить защиту прав и свобод. Нормы не будут эффективны в государстве, в котором не доминирует демократическая культура и нет сильных государственных учреждений. Считаю, что самый короткий путь к прогрессу – это признание уязвимостей и концентрация усилий на их устранении. Сегодня, после 30 лет независимости, демократия в Молдове очень хрупка, а государственные учреждения ослаблены после долгих лет давления политических групп. Демократия не может существовать только через принятие пакета законов. Демократия – это культура, основанная на простых ценностях и принципах. Демократия не представляет собой только права и свободы. Прежде всего, демократия представляет собой пакет обязательств, которые каждый член общества обязуется уважать, и только после их соблюдения мы получаем доступ к правам и свободам. Демократическая культура основана на взаимном уважении и на уважении другого мнения. Это фундаментальные элементы устойчивой демократии. Демократия развивается исключительно путем конструктивного диалога и искреннего поиска компромисса, когда необходимо объединиться и сделать шаг вперед. Слишком часто, слишком много политиков, которые заявляют, что являются сторонниками демократических ценностей и принципов, воспринимают демократию только как источник своих прав и свобод и не считают себя обязанными служить развитию демократии. Это эгоистичное видение мешает демократическому развитию общества и зачастую становится источником конфликтов. Верю, что ответственная политика – это не искусство генерирования конфликтов и управления ими. Ответственная политика – это искусство взаимоуважительного диалога и нахождения компромисса. Перефразирую фразу президента Байдена. Демократия не может развиваться путем примера силы. Демократия может развиваться только путем силы примера.
So, thank you. We have had our four panelists and speakers, and as I see now, the part of our session concerning interventions from participants is now open. At the moment, we have about 10 participants wanting to give their interventions and comments to the topic, which is normative framework, the human rights of minorities and conflict prevention. And I do want to recall that our participants have the possibility to give comments limited to 2 minutes. And then afterwards, at the end, I will ask our speakers to also give their views about the dialogue, which will start now. So, as the first person to speak, I see Ms. Petkovska from the Helsinki Committee for the Human Rights from Skopje. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. My name is Natasha Petkovska, and I work as a legal advisor in the Macedonian Helsinki Committee for Human Rights. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this European Regional Forum on Minority Issues. I would like to start by stating that allowing violence, discrimination, and/or hate speech towards minorities is a systematic failure to protect their human rights and denies their identities and their livelihoods. The exclusion of minorities in participating in the matters of public affairs and other areas results in a fragmented society. To offer an insight of what this means in practice, I will provide the national context to the oppression of minorities in Macedonia. Hence, it is of great importance to especially address the exclusion and injustice that Roma people face, since they are overwhelmingly the main victims of discrimination in our country. The systemic discrimination that the Roma community suffers is manifested in, but not limited to, frequent cases of police brutality and racial profiling, and limited access to health services for Roma women. This further strengthens the incidence of extreme poverty in this minority, the substandard living conditions, and the lack of adequate healthcare. In order to successfully prevent and protect against discrimination, I recommend using the available legal mechanisms provided in the Macedonian anti-discrimination legislation, namely the Anti-Discrimination Commission and the Action of Public Interest, or Actio Popularis. These are the crucial mechanisms for combating discrimination against minorities, since the procedures are affordable and easily accessible for the victims. The action of public interest was introduced by the new anti-discrimination law as a protective mechanism when a larger number of people are being discriminated against, And currently, the Helsinki Committee is a claimant in one such court procedure initiated in order to protect Roma children from segregation in the primary education system. Therefore, I recommend the utilization of these protective mechanisms in order to offer a new dimension and solution to the discrimination of minorities in the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Petkovska. And now I give the floor to Mr. Fite. Mr. Fite, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Carlos Fite, and I speak on behalf of the Catalan National Assembly, a grassroots organization defending the rights to self-determination of the Catalan people. Normative framework relating to the human rights protection of minorities and international law are a matter of fundamental relevance. In the case of the EU, Article 2 of the Lisbon Treaty states that the Union is founded on the values of respect of human rights, including the rights of persons belonging to minorities. Unfortunately, in Spain, a EU member, democracy based on the rule of law and respect for the rights of minority is in jeopardy. Since 2017, the Spanish authorities have launched a wave of political motivated persecution against social activists and democratically elected representatives of the Catalan minority. Spanish courts have actively intervened in Catalan parliamentary activity, thus disenfranchising the political representation of national minorities. In June 2021, the Council of Europe's Parliamentary Assembly passed a resolution comparing the cases of Turkey and Spain for their abuses against representatives of the Kurdish and the Catalan national minorities, respectively, stressing that the exercise of fundamental rights, such as calling for peaceful demonstrations, especially when it is exercised by so many people, can never be considered a crime. As stated in the Article 33, the UN chapter establishes that the parties to any dispute are to seek a solution by negotiation, resort to regional agencies and arrangements, or other peaceful means of their own choice. It is important that this normative framework translates into specific measures and tools promoted by the UN Human Rights Council and its mechanisms. For all these reasons, the Catalan National Assembly calls on UN authorities to take measures to make sure that the Spanish authorities stop their political persecution against Catalan political representatives and activists, respect the fundamental rights of the Catalan minority, and engage in a real political negotiation to solve this political conflict. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fite. Thank you. Before giving the floor to our next speaker, I do want to ask our participants to present themselves before starting with their comments, interventions. Especially, it would be important for us to know if you speak in you as an individual or in the name or representing an organization or a state. So please do so. Thank you. Now, our next speaker will be Taya Avram. Are you here?
Good afternoon.
Okay, good afternoon.
My name is Taya Avram, and I represent international charitable organization Roma Viva Fund Chirikli. We deem that effective participation of minorities in public life is key to prevent conflicts, and effective participation of Roma in public life remains an important part of fostering environment of mutual understanding and equal footing. Ukraine undergoes a lengthy and complex administrative reform of decentralization, which itself implies high involvement of citizens in state life, decision-making, and civic control. However, Roma people lack the possibility of impacting such decisions because local state authorities often don't have viable consultative mechanism in place. Another issue stemming from the ongoing conflict is that despite a large number of Roma internally displaced persons, Roma representatives are still not fully engaged in consultations and need assessments on matters related to their protection and in the work in outreach to their communities. Although one shouldn't leave aside that issue of Roma women's involvement in public life, their possibility to enjoy public participation remains being rather limited, and therefore we recommend, with regard to the ongoing decentralization reform process, to enhance Roma inclusion in the local decision-making process, as well as the involvement of local authorities in the Roma inclusion process. Include Roma civil society and community representatives in consultations and needs assessment on their protections of displaced persons and ensure their active participation in outreach to their communities. The government of Ukraine to enhance the effective participation of Roma women in all aspects of life directly affecting them, and urge the local authorities to establish the post of designed Roma advisor in regional and district state administrations to support the development of inclusive policies and service delivery to marginalized Roma communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you also for keeping the time. I would like to remind our participants and who will speak in the coming minutes to speak slow and to speak clear. Thank you. Our next speaker will be, or next participant will be Andrea Bocskor. Andrea, the floor is yours. Please present yourself.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm ethnic Hungarian, member of the European Parliament. I'm from Transcarpathia, so I would like to give a brief summary of the situation of Hungarians living in Ukraine. As you may know, since 2017, the Hungarian minority has been subjected to systematic restrictions of its rights. First of all, by adoption of the law on education, we experience significantly limiting the acquired rights of ethnic minorities to be educated in their native language, and we think that that was the first assimilative step towards the minorities. Then 2019 language law also excluded the use of any other language than Ukrainian in all spheres of administrative and public life, education and culture. And this July, it was adopted the law on the indigenous peoples of Ukraine, recognizing just 3 autochthonous peoples. And other nationalities such as Hungarians and Romanians were excluded because they have a kin state. At the same time, planned changes to the legislation on national minorities foresee the elimination of the term minority, suggesting to change it to community, which could be used to avoid application of minority rights standards in internal legislation. Then discriminatory legislative acts, not only just the one side of the issue. The representatives of political leaders of national minorities are often subjected to unjust political persecutions, threats, and are often stigmatized, including by the so-called Mirotvorets website. Also, recently, head of Ternopil Regional Council in a live TV show said that the Hungarian minority in Ukraine should be put under pressure because of the gas procurement contract between Hungary and Russia. So I think Ukraine shall avoid supporting such hate incitement, and those individual organizations who incite hatred should be banned in the country.
Ms. Bocskor, I'm very sorry, but I have to interrupt you. Please conclude. Yes.
Thank you.
Time's up. Yeah.
We have several recommendations. First of all, to recognize Hungarians as autochthonous minorities and to withdraw Article 7 of the law on education in order to restitute the previous conditions to have opportunity to be taught for Hungarian children in their mother tongue. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Di Babayev, speaking as, yes, are you here? Oh, yes, okay, thank you. Please, I would like to, before you would start, please speak slowly for our interpreters, please. Thank you.
I'm David Babayev, independent expert on the rights of national and sexual minorities in political science, only in the issues on terrorist threats. First of all, let me express my gratitude of the European Regional Forum, which considers the well-being of minorities extremely important and necessary for democracy. This statement expresses my position regarding the problems faced by national minorities, namely responsibility of the Yazidi community. The Yazidi are endangered as an ethnic group, so they need close attention and help. If we divide the Yazidis by regions and countries, of their residents, we will notice difference in the rate of their disappearance. In Syria, in Iraq, they are being killed by ISIS and driven from their native lands. If we consider the South Caucasus, they are under threat of assimilation here. The problem also leads of conservatism and marginalization of views of the Yazidi community. Thus, I recommended the following international organization. First of all, I create a monitoring organization trying to assimilate national minorities, in particular the Yazidis. Second, the counter or eliminate the financing of an organization that incite hatred and xenophobia towards national minorities. Third, under of auspice and United Nations Council of European experts periodically conduct seminars and lectures for the most marginalized Yazidis family on the issues of women's rights and sexual
Mr.
minorities.
Babayev, sorry for a second, please. A bit more clear if possible. Slow down and clear, please. Thank you.
I finished it.
Okay. Okay. Oh, you have finished. I see.
Of course.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. Thank you so much. Good. Okay. Yes. Our next participant to speak is Natalia Varadi. Yes. Are you here, Natalia?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. You can start.
Okay. My name is Natalia Varadi, and I am representing the Transcaucasian Hungarian Cultural Association. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Our association continues to advocate for the education in Hungarian in Transcaucasia region of Ukraine as the Hungarians, indigenous people in Ukraine. From the point of view of pedagogical science, the acquisition and transfer of knowledge is most effective in one's native language. Otherwise, people won't be masters of the given subject or the Ukrainian language properly. We, the Hungarian minority, continue to argue that school subject should be taught in the native language, while Ukrainian should be taught during Ukrainian classes based on a set of requirements, methodologies, and tools that provide effective competence-based education that meet European standards during the final exam as well. Therefore, we cannot accept the provision which will come into force in 2023 regarding the percentage of subjects that will be taught in Ukrainian, which will forcibly limit education in the native language. All these restrictions and the law on the state language abolish the ethnic and consequently Hungarian-speaking schools. This is a restriction we have never experienced in our region previous centuries. Based on the availability of the language of instructions, there are 4 categories now in the country. First is education in the state language, so in Ukrainian is fully available at all levels of education. Second, education in the languages of the indigenous peoples is available at a level of secondary education, applicable in case of Crimean Tatars, Karaites, and Krimchaks only, so not in Hungarian. Education in the official languages of EU member states is available in preschool and elementary school. Then instructions shall switch to bilingual system. And fourth, education in other languages, that is, for example, in case of national minorities speaking non-EU languages, Russian, Belarusian, is not available in mother tongue at all. This distinctions assumes discrimination of citizens based on ethnic language, what is contradictory to the provisions of the Constitution and Ukraine's international commitments as well. The situation.
I'm sorry, Natalia, would you be so kind to conclude, please?
Yes, so we have some advices which will help students of and children of Hungarian nation to finish their school in Hungarian language, and we would like to ask help from all the countries and all the unions to show our problems to our country and to find result and find resolution for this our problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Natalia. Wow, we are approaching slowly the end of our session. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 speakers or participants who want to speak. I will give the floor to Mr. Hussein Daurov, but before asking him for his intervention, I would again remind you that I do want to have some comments from our experts at the end, and at the very end of our session today, there will be our special rapporteur, Mr. Fernando Varén, to close the day. So please now, Hussein, the word is yours and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Уважаемые участники форума, большое спасибо за возможность выступить на данном форуме. Меня зовут Хусей Дауров, я возглавляю общество Дунган Казахстана. Значит, наш народ, этнос небольшой, 75 тысяч человек живет в Казахстане на юге, и мы занимаемся самым мирным трудом. Основная часть нашего населения занимается овощеводством. И мы производим большую часть овощей Казахстана. Вообще дунганский этнос Центральной Азии, благодаря им, в Центральной Азии находятся самые дешевые овощи в мире. Значит, Казахстан у нас – это островок стабильности в Центральной Азии. И здесь живет более 100 народов, и всегда мы жили в мире и согласии. А созданная первым президентом Ассамблея народов Казахстана – это своего рода малый ООН, отличная площадка для решения национальных вопросов, каких-то проблем, для сближения культур, сближения этносов. И чем более неожиданным и трагическим был прошлогодний февральский этнический конфликт, когда тысячи молодых людей по призыву, ложным призывам в сетях напали на мирные дунганские села, значит, погибло, значит, 12 человек, более 500 человек получили ранения, сожжены были сотни домов, а 25 тысяч человек, это женщины, дети, стали беженцами в соседней Киргизии. И, но самое страшное
началось... I'm very sorry. I have to ask you to finish your speech and to close your thoughts, please. The last sentence.
Хорошо, я заканчиваю. Значит, но в нашем благополучном Казахстане вот подобные конфликты не должны были возникнуть. И свои предложения я отправлю вам письменные, свои предложения. Сейчас и примечательно, что Верховным комиссаром ОБСЕ является Кайрат Кударбегенович, и наш президент Токаев был заместителем генерального секретаря ООН. И мы надеемся, что наши те предложения и рекомендации будут учтены, и ни в Казахстане, ни во всем мире больше не повторятся подобные трагедии. Спасибо вам.
Thank you so much, Mr. Daurov. Thank you.
Спасибо.
Our next speaker is Usmanov. Mr. or Mrs. Usmanov. I cannot see him or her. Yeah, Mr. Usmanov. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Модератор, я Ансар Усманов, представляю межрегиональное общественное объединение месетинских турок «Ватан» из Российской Федерации. Пожалуй, начну с того, что напомню, что месетинские турки – это коренной народ южных регионов Грузии, который был подвергнут репрессии и насильственной депортации в Республике Средней Азии во время Второй мировой войны сталинским руководством Советского Союза. И до сегодняшнего дня незаконно депортированные из Грузии месхетинские турки не имеют права на возвращение на исторические земли проживания, являясь при этом этническим меньшинством в 9 разных странах мира. Причиной этому является отсутствие политического желания и воли руководства Грузии как во время существования СССР, так и за современную 30-летнюю независимую государственность Грузии. Давление международных организаций и европейских структур привели к тому, что при вступлении в Совет Европы Грузия обязалась решить проблему возвращения депортированного населения, создав для этого соответствующие правовые механизмы. Однако принятый спустя лишь 8 лет парламентом Грузии закон о репатриации лиц, депортированных с ее территории, был заведомо устроен настолько трудноисполнимым и имел такие жесткие временные ограничения, что он не только не решил вопрос репатриации депортированных лиц в Грузию, но и дал формальный повод грузинским властям в одностороннем порядке заявлять о закрытости данной проблемы для Грузии. При том, что ни одно депортированное лицо или его потомок не смогли репатриироваться в Грузию согласно вышеназванному закону. В качестве рекомендаций для резолюции форума мы бы предложили, что для положительного решения данной проблемы необходимо возобновить действие закона Грузии о репатриации, который работал только лишь 2 года, с внесением в него кардинальных изменений по следующим принципам. Первое – обеспечить бессрочный и безусловный характер закона. Второе – упростить процедуры получения статуса репатрианта, соответственно, и гражданства с определением разумных и реальных процедур. Третье – обеспечить доступ к процессу репатриации гражданского общества, в том числе общественных организаций месхетинских турок. На этом заканчиваю. Спасибо.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Usmanov. Thank you. Our next speaker is Valerie Engel. Valerie, are you with us? Valerie Engel.
Добрый день.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Я хотел бы возразить основному докладчику, господину Палермо, который сказал, что не обязательно иметь дефиницию национальных меньшинств. Вот категорически с этим не согласен, поскольку именно отсутствие дефиниций в Европейской конвенции по правам человека, да, я не представился, я доктор исторических наук, я являюсь старшим научным сотрудником Центра анализа права и радикализма в Лондоне и возглавляю Европейский центр развития демократии в Латвии. Так вот, именно отсутствие дефиниции национального меньшинства в Европейской конвенции по правам человека привело к тому, что любая страна может по собственной воле менять это определение, менять свое отношение к национальным меньшинствам, делить национальные меньшинства на хорошие и на не очень хорошие. Да? И ярким примером здесь является, скажем, закон Украины о коренных меньшинствах, которые недавно были приняты, и по нему там было очень странное определение, которое непонятно из чего исходило, что коренные меньшинства не должны иметь государственности за рубежом. И тем не менее туда были введены крымчаки, которые в основном проживают в Израиле. Там были введены караимы, которые в основном проживают в Израиле, имеют, собственно, свою государственность, как евреи. Но не были введены, скажем, русины, которые не имеют нигде государственности. И таких случаев я вам могу, господин Палермо, привести огромное количество. И в Германии, и в других странах, и так далее, и так далее. Да? И мы увидим, что именно отсутствие дефиниций приводит к тому, что права национальных меньшинств нарушаются, потому что любое правительство может абсолютно своевольно придумать свое определение, к которому кто-то подходит под это определение, а кто-то не подходит, и отбирают те меньшинства, которые более интересны. Например, сербы в Германии имеют гораздо больше прав, чем, например, те же народы бывшей Югославии. Спасибо.
Thank you, Mr. Engel. Now, we always have 5 raised hands, although time is really running out. So our next speaker is Olga Abramenko. Olga, the word is yours, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Anti-Discrimination Center Memorial, which I represent, protects the rights of indigenous peoples and communities, in particular the Shor and Hakkas peoples who live in southern Siberia in Russia. Open pit coal mining and gold mining in rivers destroys the natural environment where indigenous peoples have lived for centuries. This makes their traditional way of life and traditional use of nature impossible. We often hear that environmental damage has the same negative impact on all residents of the affected territories, that everyone suffers in the same way. But this is not the case. Of course, the ethnic majority also suffers from coal mining or gold mining, but this doesn't lead to the disappearance or extermination of its language and culture. In contrast, the destruction of the natural environment destroys the language, culture, and identity of indigenous peoples, which reduces the cultural and ethnic diversity of our planet. Speaking about the legal framework for protecting the rights of minorities, it's very easy to say that governments should just comply with existing laws, but this doesn't happen. Just recently, in its very new resolution, the UN Human Rights Council has included the right to a healthy environment in the generally recognized set of human rights. In this context, the rights of indigenous peoples are of particular importance since the activities of corporations have the most negative impact on them. They are the most vulnerable in front of the challenges of globalization. We recommend including this right in the agenda of protecting the rights of minorities as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Olga. Now our next speaker is Nassim Malik. Mr. Malik, you are unmuted. Yeah, you are unmuted.
Yes.
Okay, fine.
Just a minute. Yes. It's okay now. Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you very much. I'm Nassim Malik from International Human Rights Committee, Sweden and the UK. What we are discussing now, the rights of the minorities, equal rights minorities. But I think the best, what I have come to know after working so many years, that the minorities' equal rights in a country is that the freedom of expression, religion, and that is the cornerstone of creating peace and harmony in society. All the treaties, international laws, United Nations articles talks about that. That is at the heart of this is a human dignity and citizenship. Rights with every citizen being afforded the same rights and given the same protection and opportunity as others, which will help to create peace in our societies. And that is my recommendation, that we should also have this recommendation in this for equal rights, citizenship rights for everyone in every country. And that is the main goal for us. We see in the societies, people are fighting, running for their rights, but if they have the equal rights, citizenship right as equal, no fight, every society will be a charming place to live for everyone in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Malik. Thank you so much. Next speaker, Elena Kuyuklu.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
In the correct way.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Protection and promotion of minority rights should be a robust part of human rights and sustainable development agenda of Moldova. I will name just a few challenges faced by minorities in Moldova. First of all, lack of robust legislation on ensuring linguistic rights and combating hate speech and hate crimes. Lack of coherence in legislation limits access to public services, in particular, access to justice, public information, and etc. The hate crimes and bias-motivated crimes specifically should be criminally recognized. I recommend to the government to adopt a legal framework on language use in line with international legislation, to adopt comprehensive legislation which criminalizes hate crimes and hate speech in line with the UN CERT. The second issue is low representation of minorities, including Roma, in central public authorities and their low participation in public life. The mechanisms of consultation and dialogue with minorities are limited and inefficient at all levels. I would recommend to develop and ensure effective mechanisms of consultation and participation of minorities and take concrete steps to increase their numbers in line with their representation in the country. The third issue is Roma situation. Roma is one of the most threatened groups by racial discrimination and in particular bias-based exclusion in the country. I would recommend to ensure human rights-based approach to development of policies on Roma and allocate sufficient funding to its implementation, to ensure disaggregation of data by ethnicity that enables to establish targeted programs, and to ensure special mechanisms to create equal opportunities for Roma, including women in all areas of life. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. And now we are come to our last two participants to speak, which is the first one is Anton Korinovich, and then as a last participant to speak is Alexei Semyonov. So first of all, Anton Korinovich, please, the floor is yours. We do not hear you. Sorry. No. Okay, so we do switch then. First, Alexei Semyonov, and you try then to clarify the tone. Alexei, Mr. Semyonov, are you here then? The floor is yours then.
Спасибо, благодарю вас. Я в прошлый раз не представился, но сейчас представляюсь. Директор Центра информации по правам человека Таллин, Эстония. У меня очень маленькое замечание, вопрос или замечание. Оно заключается в следующем. В 90-х годах была принята декларация о правах лиц, принадлежащих меньшинствам. Затем была очень большая дискуссия относительно определения, что такое меньшинство. И мы все ожидали, что недалек тот день, когда ООН сумеет принять конвенцию о правах меньшинств. Конвенция – обязывающий документ. В Европе получилась рамочная конвенция, как известно. На уровне Организации Объединенных Наций мы до сих пор не имеем обязывающего документа, на который могли бы опираться в своей работе. Это очень сильно ограничивает наши возможности. И я бы хотел спросить, возможно ли или ведется ли такая работа в настоящее время, и каким образом мы можем помочь включиться в эту работу. Спасибо.
Thank you so much. Then to see if Anton can connect. Anton Korinovich, are you here? Do you hear me? If not, then yes, Anton Korinovich. The floor is yours, but we do not hear you. Okay, so sorry, then perhaps I call on Andrei Vaziv, really the last speaker for today.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Andrei Vaziv. I represent the permanent mission of Ukraine to the UN
Yes,
office.
please speak up a bit.
Yes, Can you hear me now better?
Yeah, it's much better. Thank you.
My name is Andrei Vaziv, and I represent the permanent mission of Ukraine to UN office in Geneva. I wish to respond to a number of allegations directed towards Ukraine by some of the speakers with regards to the language rights of the Hungarian community in our country. In this regard, I wish to say that Ukraine's law on education of 2017 was designed to build a modern competitive education system whose graduates will acquire competencies needed to ensure the successful personal and professional development as citizens of Ukraine. The provisions of the law on education broaden opportunities for preservation of national identity of minorities, and the roadmap for its implementation includes a separate chapter devoted specifically to this aspect. As soon as the law was adopted, Ukraine asked the Venice Commission of the Council of Europe to provide recommendations and has concluded their implementation by adopting in 2020 the law on complete general secondary education, which exempts private schools from any language requirements in line with the Framework Convention for the Protection of National Minorities. Ukraine has also prolonged until 2023 the transitional period for the implementation of those articles of the law on education which concern the language of education. For those students who belong to national minorities and whose native language is an EU language, including Hungarian. In addition to that, since 2018, upon the request of the Hungarian community, all the textbooks that are being used in schools with Hungarian language of instruction are being translated into Hungarian language. To sum up, Ukraine will not change its legislation neither on education nor on functioning of the state language. This legislation is being implemented and enjoys wide popular support. But we are ready to continue dialogue with Hungary about the application of the provision of the mentioned laws, and we encourage the Hungarian side to constructively engage with Ukraine in addressing these issues within existing bilateral mechanisms and without unnecessary politicization, including in the framework of forums such as this one. Thank you very much.
Mr. Vazif, thank you very much for your comments. And now it's time to close our session. But before doing so, I do ask our experts in a reverse way of speaking. So I would ask first Urko to give your comments to the dialogue and to all the interventions we have heard in possibly 2 minutes. And also that would be my question. And I would ask you to not to go further than 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, I think it has been very encouraging, and I'm very interested in all the comments that we have received. Well, I think that one of the main elements that I can stress is that there is a demand for a robust legislation, both nationally and internationally, from most of the speakers. The point of view or the question is, how do you create this robust legislation? How do you promote this robust legislation? And for me, the key issue is that to create this robust legislation, we need to create mechanisms where dialogue is promoted. Without dialogue between the minorities, without dialogue between minorities and central governments, that's going to be impossible. So I think that it stresses the need to create, to promote, both nationally and at regional level, mechanisms that will promote this dialogue between minorities and majorities, that will promote this creation of robust mechanisms. Without that, I think it's going to be very impossible. And it's one of the ways that we could try to prevent conflict arising. Creating these mechanisms where dialogue, listening is key. And without that, I think that that's going to be impossible. So that will be my comment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Nurcan.
Thank you. I don't actually have much to say. Thank you very much to all participants for all their very useful and important comments. And I look forward to the UN forum that will take place later in the year and to see the final set of the recommendations. And I do hope that they will have some impact on the real life. Thank you.
Thank you, Nurcan. Thank you so much. Francesco.
Well, also thank you to all for the inputs and comments. There was also a specific issue raised about the definition. Of course, this is an ongoing debate. I believe firmly, and I think this is also supported by most of the international organizations, that a definition, even if possible, let's assume it would be possible, would necessarily always be too restrictive, and it would not play in favor of minorities. Actually, there will be many more minorities who will remain outside of the scope rather than inside. But even if a potentially open definition would be possible, which I don't believe, it would require constant adaptation. So it's always a matter of being open to include new groups or different situations. It's very much more on the enjoyment of minority rights rather than fitting a definition. And that's why I believe a participatory process in involving those who might benefit from the protection of instruments is more conducive than trying to come up with an abstract definition, which is probably not very helpful for the quests of minorities. So thank you again, and look forward to continuing this debate.
Thank you so much, Francesco. And before giving the floor to Special Rapporteur Fernando Varén, I would like to say goodbye and thank you so much for all the contributions we have heard. As I am a moderator, it was a pleasure for me to be together with all participants and with our experts. So thank you so much. And the floor is yours, Fernando. And thank you so much for our translators and interpreters, because it was a hard task. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, for your very strong guidance during this time. Thank you to all of the panelists for your insights and expertise, and also experience in the real world. And I'll come back to the real world in a moment. And finally, thank you to all the participants. We've actually had extremely interesting exchanges, full exchanges in this first day of this regional forum. So I wanted to commend all of you for all of your inputs and your recommendations. And I look forward to tomorrow's event also to try to bring all of that together. The real world is extremely important because we have heard on a number of occasions that even though there is something of a framework, a legislative framework to protect the rights of minorities and to some extent prevent conflicts, this framework is still lacking. Or in fact, the implementation of this framework is extremely weak. I think that's one of the points that was raised. We are largely talking about human rights, and even the international human rights mechanisms we should all recognize today has a lot to do, and a lot needs to be done in order to strengthen them and to ensure that they can be implemented. As a matter of fact, if we are quite honest, it seems, and in recent years, there has been a huge amount of backsliding on the implementation and respect of the human rights of everyone, but I would say especially the human rights of minorities. We are seeing growing, and this has been referred to by a large number, in fact, not only of panelists, but of experts. There are growing restrictions on the human rights of minorities, including in education. We've heard it quite often that the rights of minorities in education and the use of their language is increasingly restricted or in fact denied. We are hearing also a number of situations where the existence of minorities is being denied. It's being contested, increasingly so. And I want to refer to this. There is and we can have a discussion on this, but the concept or the lack of definition of a minority is a problem. It seems to be leading in recent years to a growing denial in a number of states across the world of the existence of certain minorities. A couple of years ago, the government of Spain at the General Assembly of the United Nations actually indicated that there are no minorities in Spain except the Roma minority. I must say I was quite surprised by this position. A growing number of governments are using the absence of a definition of a minority to decide who is a good minority and who is a bad one by denying their existence or existence. In the government of Cameroon, also at the United Nations General Assembly, suggested that the English-speaking minority are not a minority. They don't exist as a minority in Cameroon because everyone is African. Everyone is a Cameroonian citizen, and equality ensures that there are no minority. So we are entering an interesting period of denial. denial of the human rights of minorities in a number of areas is increasing. Denying also that minorities are there certain groups are a minority, but also denial of the choice, the free option of identity, of identifying as a minority or not. Quite often, it's not only individuals who can choose to belong or not to belong to a minority, but it is states that are denying a minority's choice to self-identify, in a sense, by denying they have rights, their human rights as a minority in areas such as education and political participation and so on. It is also quite clear, and it's been mentioned a number of times, that existing conflict prevention mechanisms quite often are completely disregarding minority issues. I think it was mentioned earlier by Urko in relation to the European Union. There seems to be a disjunction, a division, a gap between conflict prevention mechanisms and approaches and the relationship with minority issues. So I think one of the general observations to be made today is that what is in place is very weak or even non-existent, and especially in the European Union, which, as we also heard, has rejected the petition for a minority safe pact. There is also, I think, the need to talk about optimistically ways forward, and that tomorrow will be perhaps more of our focus. We have heard good examples of measures being adopted in a number of states where minorities are more included, that states are taking measures to ensure that minorities have opportunities to learn their own language and to preserve their own culture as far as is practical. We've heard the example of Gagauzia earlier on this morning. We've heard the example of also Liechtenstein suggesting that one way to avoid conflict is to look at autonomy arrangement or self-determination without succession as an option to prevent conflicts where you have minorities that feel that they are excluded, victims of discrimination, or where their language, culture, or even religion is completely disregarded, or perhaps is subjected to biases and prejudices. Tomorrow will be more forward-looking, and I don't want to end too much on a negative note, but I do have to say this. We are actually facing a period where there is a great rejection, a greater rejection of human rights internationally, the international architecture of human rights, but also there is a growing rejection of the full respect and implementation of the human rights of minorities per se. There's growing populism, there's growing nationalism, which is giving rise, and we can see it extremely visibly in hate speech and prejudice and racism in social media right now against mainly minorities. It hasn't been mentioned very often here, but there is a very significant explosion of hate speech targeting minorities, fueling fear, creating actually situations where violence is more likely, and also the exclusion of minorities and discrimination against them. It was mentioned, and I'll close with this point, a number of times it was mentioned that inclusiveness is a two-way street. Yes, it is, but it is a two-way street where the majority also has an important role to play to ensure that the human rights of everyone and our equality are fully respected. And that means embracing our differences and our diversity in a way that is respectful of our differences and not to see them as threats. So I'm hoping that tomorrow we will be looking more in terms of good practices and the ways forward in the future to actually improve respect for the human rights of minorities and hopefully to contributing in some way to preventing violent conflicts in Europe, in Central Asia, and around the world. Merci beaucoup. Hvala. And Dankeschön. Köszönöm. And this brings to an end today's sessions, and I look forward to hearing everyone tomorrow. Thank you very much, everyone.